Hey warriors, stop, breathe, feel your heartbeat. That rhythm? That's life reminding you that you're still here, still fighting, still standing, and if you're still standing, then you haven't lost. Not yet, not ever. You opened this video for a reason. Maybe you don't even know what that reason is. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe something inside you whispered, listen. Please just listen. So here I am, here you are, and what I'm about to tell you might save your life. Not dramatically, not suddenly, but quietly, deeply, permanently. The voice in your head that tells you you're not enough, it's a liar. The thoughts that replay your failures like a broken record, they're stealing your future. The negativity that clouds every decision, every dream, every possibility. It ends today, right here, right now, if you let it. Imagine standing in a room full of mirrors. Everywhere you look, you see yourself, but the reflections are distorted, too fat, too thin, too broken, too flawed. You believe what you see because mirrors don't lie, right? Wrong. These aren't mirrors. They're funhouse illusions. And you've been living in that funhouse so long, you've forgotten what you really look like. The Buddha once said, what you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create. Read that again, slower this time. Your thoughts aren't just passing clouds. They're blueprints. They're building your reality brick by brick, thought by thought, moment by moment. And if your thoughts are poison, your life becomes a poisoned well. But here's the truth they don't teach you in school. You are not your thoughts. You are the sky. And thoughts are just weather passing through. Storms come, storms go. But the sky remains. Vast, limitless, untouched by the chaos below it. Right now, you're at war, not with the world, not with other people, with yourself. Every morning you wake up and the battle begins. You can't do this. You're going to fail. Nobody believes in you. Why even try? These are the weapons you use against yourself, and you've gotten so good at this war that you're winning at destroying your own spirit. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private journal, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." A man with armies at his command understood something profound. The only battle that truly matters is the one inside your skull. What if I told you that everything you've believed about yourself is negotiable? That the story you've been telling, I'm not smart enough, strong enough, worthy enough, is just one version. What if there's another story waiting to be told? A story where you're the hero, not the victim. Where you rise, not fall. Where you win, not because life got easier, but because you got wiser. Today, we're rewriting that story. Together, 10 truths that will crack open the shell you've been hiding in. 10 realizations that will set fire to the lies you've been living. 10 moments where you choose differently, think differently, become differently. Not someday, today. Not when you're ready, now. Hit that like button. Drop a comment and share this with one person who's drowning in their own thoughts. Subscribe, because transformation isn't a one-time event. It's a daily practice. And most importantly, every word matters. Every second counts. Your old self will try to pull you away. Your new self is begging you to stay. If you're ready to speak to yourself with compassion, let's flood this space with commitment. Type in the comments, "I choose kindness." Number 1, your thoughts are not facts. Your brain generates about 6,000 thoughts per day, 6,000, and most of them complete fiction, stories, assumptions, fears dressed up as facts. Yet you believe them, you treat them like gospel truth, like divine prophecy, and they're destroying you from the inside out. When you think, "I'm a failure," that's not a fact. That's a feeling wearing a disguise. When you think, nobody likes me, that's not reality. That's fear speaking with confidence. Your thoughts are not truths delivered from heaven. They're guesses, interpretations, old wounds talking. Epictetus taught, "We are disturbed not by things, but by the views we take of them." Read that until it breaks something open inside you. The event is neutral. Your thought about the event gives it power. You don't fail and feel pain. You fail, think I'm worthless, and then feel pain. The thought is the bridge between experience and suffering. Picture this. You're sitting by a river. Leaves float past on the water. Some are beautiful, some are rotting. Do you grab every leaf? Do you hold the disgusting ones close and say, "This is mine now"? Nah, you watch them pass. That's what you need to do with thoughts. Watch them. Don't grab them. Don't make them yours. Your mind is trying to protect you, but it's using outdated methods. It remembers every pain, every rejection, every failure, and it warns you constantly. Don't try. You'll get hurt again. It thinks it's helping. It thinks it's keeping you safe. But safety and growth don't live in the same house. Sometimes the thoughts that feel most urgent are the ones that deserve the least attention. Try this right now. When a negative thought appears, say, "I'm noticing the thought that I'm not good enough." Not, "I'm not good enough," but I'm noticing the thought. Feel that space, that distance. That's freedom. That's you remembering you are not your thoughts. You are the one watching them. Every thought that enters your mind is asking for permission to stay. You are the gatekeeper. You decide what gets in. Some thoughts knock on your door and you need to say, "Thank you for your concern, but I don't need you right now." Then close the door, gently, firmly. Cognitive science proves this. Thoughts are mental events, not facts about reality. They're electrical signals in your brain, influenced by your mood, your sleep, your blood sugar, your past. A thought that says, "I'm terrible," when you're tired and hungry, holds the same weight as a thought that says, "I can fly." Neither is true just because your brain produced it. Start paying attention today. Become a thought detective. When something goes wrong, pause. What is your mind telling you? Is it being fair or fearful? Is it speaking truth or trauma? Is it helping you grow or keeping you caged? The moment you notice is the moment you gain power. The quality of your life is directly linked to the quality of your thoughts. But here's the beautiful part. You're not stuck with the thoughts you have today. You can question them, challenge them, replace them. You can choose thoughts that serve your growth instead of feeding your fear. This is where freedom lives, in the space between the thought appearing and you deciding whether to believe it. In that space, you are powerful. In that space, you are free. Number 2. The voice of your inner critic isn't yours. Close your eyes and listen to that harsh voice in your head. Really listen. Whose voice is it? I bet it's not yours. It's your father's disappointment, your mother's anxiety, your teacher's impatience, your ex's cruelty. That voice criticizing you isn't original. It's an echo, a recording, a ghost from your past that you've let move into your present. Carl Jung said something that should shake you awake. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You think you're choosing to think negatively. You're not. You're replaying someone else's words. You've internalized voices that were never meant to live inside you. Think about a child learning to walk. They fall. They get up. They try again. They don't say, "I'm such a failure. Walking isn't for me. Everyone else can do it, but I can't." They haven't learned self-hatred yet. That comes later. That comes from adults who projected their pain onto innocence. Your inner critic speaks in extremes. Always, never, everyone, nobody. These words aren't accurate. They're emotional weapons. "I never do anything right" is a lie your pain tells when one thing goes wrong. It's not truth. It's trauma speaking. Here's what changes everything. You can fire that voice. You can choose a new narrator. Instead of the critic who tears you down, you can become the mentor who builds you up. Someone who sees your potential, someone who believes in your growth, someone who offers grace instead of judgment. Start by simply noticing when the critic speaks. Don't fight it. Fighting it gives it power. Just notice. There's that voice again. There's that old recording playing. Then ask yourself, would I say this to someone I love? If the answer is no, why are you saying it to yourself? Replace criticism with curiosity. Not, why am I so stupid? But, what can I learn from this? Not, I'm a mess. But, I'm going through something difficult, and that's human. The words you choose create your reality. They determine whether you feel defeated or determined. Buddhism teaches loving kindness meditation, directing compassion toward yourself first. Not because you're selfish, but because you can't give what you don't have. You can't offer grace to others while withholding it from yourself. When you speak kindly to yourself, that kindness overflows into everything you touch. This week, try something radical. When you make a mistake, pause, breathe. Say out loud, I'm learning, I'm human, I'm doing my best. It might feel false at first. Say it anyway. Repetition creates belief. And these words are truer than any criticism you've been feeding yourself. The inner critic is loud because you've practiced listening to it for years. Decades, maybe. But volume isn't validity. Just because it's loud doesn't mean it's right. Every time you choose a kinder thought, you turn down its volume. Every time you speak to yourself with compassion, you strengthen a different voice, the voice of truth, wisdom, love. You didn't create that critical voice on your own. It was taught to you, installed in you, programmed into you. But here's the power you've always had. You can reprogram it. You can choose new words, new tones, new messages. You can become the voice that saves you instead of the voice that drowns you. If you're choosing a new inner voice today, type in comments, I speak to myself with love. Number 3, comparison is stealing your joy. You're scrolling. Everyone's winning. Everyone's glowing. Everyone's living their best life. Their body is perfect. Their relationship is goals. Their success is effortless. And you? You feel invisible, inadequate, left behind. This is the trap. This is the theft. This is comparison stealing the only thing that truly matters, your peace. Theodore Roosevelt said, comparison is the thief of joy. But it's worse than that. Comparison is the thief of presence. It steals your ability to see your own progress. It blinds you to your own blessings. It makes you hate your chapter 3 because someone else is on chapter 20. You're comparing your reality to their highlight reel, their vacation, not their debt, their promotion, not their rejection letters, their smile, not their tears. You see the mountaintop. You don't see the climb. You don't see the falls. You don't see the blood on their knees from crawling when they couldn't walk. Social media has turned comparison into an addiction, an endless feed of proof that everyone else has it figured out. But it's a lie, a curated lie, filtered, edited, carefully selected moments designed to look effortless when they cost everything. But even without social media, comparison existed. It's human to look around and wonder if you measure up. The problem isn't the glance, it's the stare. It's when you use their success as evidence of your failure, when you make their journey proof that something's wrong with yours. Listen to me, your path is yours alone. Nobody else has your combination of gifts, scars, dreams, and destiny. You're not supposed to look like them, move like them, win like them. You're supposed to become the fullest expression of yourself, not a cheap copy of someone else's life. The Stoics practiced focusing on what's within their control. You can't control their timeline. You can't control their advantages. You can't control their luck or privilege. But you can control where you place your attention. You can control whether you celebrate their win or resent it. You can control whether you focus on what you lack or what you have. Start a gratitude practice. Every morning, name 3 things going right in your life. Not perfect, just right. Your health, your friend, your persistence. These things are real. They're yours. They matter more than any stranger's Instagram post. When you catch yourself comparing, redirect immediately. Instead of, "They have what I want," try, "Their success shows me what's possible." Instead of, "I'm so far behind," try, "I'm exactly where I need to be to learn what I need to learn." The shift is subtle but seismic. Celebrate other people. Genuinely. Their success doesn't diminish yours. The universe isn't running out of blessings. There's enough sunlight for every flower, enough rain for every seed. When you cheer for others, you free yourself from the prison of competition. You remember we're all just trying to grow. Run your own race, at your own pace, toward your own finish line. Because here's the secret they don't tell you. Everyone's finish line is different. You're not competing with them. You're becoming who you were meant to be. And that person is incomparable. Stop measuring your worth against someone else's ruler. Build your own measurement. Define your own success. Celebrate your own growth. Your journey is sacred, unique, unrepeatable. Don't waste it wishing it looked like someone else's. If you're done comparing and ready to start living, type in the comments, "I celebrate my unique path." Number 4. Mistakes don't define you. You made a mistake. Maybe yesterday, maybe years ago, and you're still there, still replaying it, still using it as evidence that you're broken, still letting one moment define your entire existence. But here's the truth that will set you free. Mistakes are events, not identities. Thomas Edison failed 10,000 times before inventing the light bulb. When asked about failure, he said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." He understood something profound. Mistakes aren't proof you're broken. They're proof you're brave enough to try. You didn't fail. You experienced failure. You didn't mess up your life. You had a moment that didn't go as planned. The mistake is something that happened. It's not who you are. But when you fuse your identity with your errors, you trap yourself in a prison made of shame. Understand the difference. Shame says, "I am bad." Guilt says, "I did something bad." One attacks your character. One addresses your behavior. Shame keeps you stuck. Guilt helps you grow. The difference is freedom. Your brain has a negativity bias. It remembers mistakes more vividly than successes because evolutionarily, remembering danger kept your ancestors alive. But in modern life, this bias doesn't serve you. It makes you replay your worst moments while forgetting your best ones. It makes you define yourself by your lowest point instead of your highest potential. Think about the people you love. Do you define them by their worst day? Do you hold their mistakes against them forever? Nah. You see them with compassion. You give them grace. You understand they're human. So why can't you give yourself the same grace? Every person you admire has failed spectacularly. Every leader you respect has made mistakes. Every success story you celebrate includes chapters of falling flat on their face. The difference isn't perfection. It's resilience. It's getting up. It's learning. It's trying again. Mistakes are data, information, teachers. They show you what doesn't work so you can discover what does. When a scientist's experiment fails, they don't quit science. They adjust the hypothesis. They try differently. Your life is the experiment. Your mistakes are the results guiding you toward better methods. Stop punishing yourself for being human. Stop holding yourself to a standard that nobody on this planet can meet. Perfection is not the goal. Growth is the goal. Becoming a little wiser, a little kinder, a little braver than you were yesterday, that's the goal. Forgive yourself. Not because what you did was okay, not because it didn't matter, but because carrying the weight of your past is preventing you from stepping into your future. Forgiveness doesn't erase the mistake. It releases you from the prison of shame so you can move forward. Reframe your self-talk immediately. Instead of, "I'm such an idiot," try, "I made a choice that didn't work out, and now I know better." Instead of, "I ruin everything," try, "This situation didn't go well, and I'm learning from it." The words you use shape whether you see yourself as hopeless or capable of change. You are not your mistakes. You are not your worst day. You are not the sum of everything you wish you could undo. You are a person learning, evolving, becoming. You are worthy of forgiveness. You are worthy of grace. You are worthy of starting again, as many times as it takes. If you're ready to release the shame and embrace the lesson, type in the comments, "I am more than my mistakes." Number 5. You don't need permission to start over. There's something you want to change, something you want to release, something you want to begin. But you're waiting for the right moment, waiting for someone to tell you it's okay, waiting for permission that will never come. Because nobody is going to give you permission to live your life. You have to give it to yourself. Mary Oliver asked in her poem, "Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? Not what others think you should do. What you plan to do. Your life is yours. Your choices are yours. Your fresh start is yours to claim right now. You don't need to wait until Monday. You don't need January 1st. You don't need to feel ready because you might never feel ready. Growth doesn't happen in comfort. Change doesn't wait for perfect conditions. The right time is now, this moment, this breath. Maybe you're thinking, "But I've tried before and failed." Good. That means you're courageous. That means you know what doesn't work. Every ending is information for a better beginning. Every closed door teaches you which doors to open next. Society puts timelines on success. Graduate by this age, marry by that age, achieve this by then. But life isn't a race with a universal finish line. You can start a new career at 40, go back to school at 50, reinvent yourself at 60. Age is not a barrier, fear is. You're allowed to change your mind. You're allowed to want something different than you wanted 5 years ago. You're allowed to outgrow old versions of yourself. You're allowed to release goals that no longer serve you and chase dreams that set you on fire today. Evolution is not betrayal. The Japanese have a concept, Kaizen. Continuous improvement through small, consistent changes. You don't have to transform overnight. You don't have to become someone completely different by tomorrow. Just take one small step today, then another tomorrow. Small steps, taken consistently, lead to extraordinary places. What's stopping you isn't ability. It's the story you're telling yourself. I'm too old. I'm too young. I don't have money. I don't have time. People will judge. These are real concerns, but they're not walls. They're hurdles, and hurdles can be jumped. Starting over doesn't mean your past was wasted. Every experience taught you something. Every challenge strengthened you. Every mistake gave you wisdom. You're not throwing away your history. You're building on it. You're using everything you've learned to create something better. Give yourself permission to be a beginner again. Give yourself permission to not have all the answers. Give yourself permission to stumble, learn, and figure it out as you go. Nobody starts as a master. Mastery comes from daring to start. Right now, Decide one thing you're going to change, one habit you're breaking, one dream you're pursuing, one truth you're living. Don't announce it. Don't wait for applause. Just begin. Quietly, powerfully. Today, you are not stuck. You are not trapped. You are not doomed to repeat the past. Every single moment is a chance to choose differently, to speak differently, to act differently, to become differently. The power has always been yours. Now use it. Stop asking for permission from people who don't own your life. Stop waiting for validation from people who don't understand your vision. Stop delaying your dreams because of fear dressed up as wisdom. Start today, now. This moment is all you have. Don't waste it waiting. If you're ready to start over without asking anyone else, type in the comments, "I give myself permission." Number 6. Your worth isn't measured by productivity. You're exhausted, running on empty, but you can't stop, can't rest. Because rest feels like weakness, slowing down feels like failure. You've built your entire sense of worth on what you accomplish, how much you produce, how busy you look, and it's killing you slowly from the inside. Lao Tzu wrote, "Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Trees don't stress about growing fast enough. Rivers don't apologize for their pace. Seasons change without rushing. Yet you've convinced yourself that your value depends on constant motion, endless achievement, perpetual doing. You are not a machine. You're a human being, not a human doing. Your worth was established the day you were born, not earned through achievements. You don't become more valuable when you finish your to-do list. You don't become less valuable when you rest. Hustle culture has taught you a dangerous lie, that rest is laziness, that boundaries are selfishness, that saying no is disappointing people. So you say yes when you mean no. You work when you need sleep. You push when you need pause. And you wonder why success feels empty. Your body is screaming at you, fatigue, anxiety, tension, pain. These aren't inconveniences to power through. They're messages begging you to slow down. When you ignore them, they get louder. Your body will force you to rest eventually, either by choice or by collapse. Think about the people you love. Do you love them for what they do or who they are? Do you care about your friend because of their job title or their heart? The answer is obvious. So why do you judge yourself by standards you don't apply to anyone else? There's a difference between ambition and anxiety. Ambition says, "I want to grow." Anxiety says, "I'm not enough unless I achieve." Ambition is fuel. Anxiety dressed as ambition is destruction. Learn to tell the difference. Rest is not a reward for productivity. Rest is a requirement for being human. You don't have to earn the right to take care of yourself. You don't have to justify needing a break. Your worthiness isn't up for debate based on today's output. Here's the irony. When you rest properly, you become more effective. Your creativity increases. Your focus sharpens. Your problem-solving improves. Rest isn't the opposite of productivity. It's the foundation. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't run on fumes forever. Practice the art of enough. Enough work for today. Enough striving for this season. Enough proving for this lifetime. You are already enough. Not because of what you've done, but because of who you are. A human being worthy of rest, peace, and existence without justification. Set boundaries without guilt. Say no without over-explaining. Take breaks without apologizing. Your time is yours. Your energy is precious. Your peace is worth protecting. People who truly care will understand. People who don't, they're teaching you who deserves access to your life. What if you measured success differently? Not by how much you did, but by how present you were. Not by how busy you looked, but by how peaceful you felt. Not by external achievements, but by internal alignment. Success isn't doing everything. It's doing what matters and releasing what doesn't. You are worthy right now, in this exact moment, as you are. Not after you finish the project, not after you reach the goal, not after you prove yourself one more time. Right now, your existence is enough. Your being is enough. You are enough. If you're ready to rest without guilt, type in the comments, "I am enough without the hustle." Number 7. Healing isn't linear. You thought you were getting better. You had good days, strong days, days where you felt like yourself again. And then suddenly, you're back. Back in the darkness. Back in the pain. Back in the struggle you thought you'd overcome. And you feel like you failed. Like all your progress was illusion. Like you're right back at the beginning. But here's the truth. Healing doesn't move in straight lines. It spirals. It ebbs and flows. It takes 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And that's not failure. That's exactly how healing works. Carl Jung understood this. Healing means integration, not perfection. It means facing the same wounds at deeper levels, not erasing them completely. Each time you revisit a painful place, you're not starting over. You're processing it with more wisdom, more strength, more tools than you had before. Think of healing like climbing a mountain in spirals. You circle around, sometimes feeling like you're covering familiar ground, but you're not at the same elevation. You're higher, you see more, you understand more. The path feels familiar, but you're not the same person walking it. Bad days don't erase good days. A setback doesn't undo months of progress. That difficult moment yesterday doesn't cancel the growth you've achieved. You're not back at the beginning. You're in a new place with old feelings. And that's different. Your triggers will still trigger. Your wounds will still be tender. Your trauma will still echo. But each time you face them, you get stronger. Each time you survive them, you build evidence that you can survive them again. Each time you choose healing, you're creating new pathways, new patterns, new possibilities. Stop comparing your healing to others' timelines. Stop judging yourself for not being over it yet. There's no deadline on processing pain. There's no expiration date on healing. Some wounds are deep, some take time. That doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. Rumi wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you. Your pain isn't pointless. Your struggle isn't meaningless. Every difficult moment is teaching you about your strength, your capacity, your resilience. You're not broken. You're breaking open. Celebrate the small victories nobody sees. You got out of bed today. You faced your fear. You asked for help. You didn't give up. These aren't small things. These are acts of courage. These are evidence of healing, even when it doesn't feel like enough. There will be days when you feel like you're drowning again. Days when old patterns resurface. Days when you question if healing is even possible. On those days, remember, you've survived every difficult day so far. 100% success rate. That's not luck. That's strength. Healing requires patience you don't feel like you have. It requires trust when you're tired of trusting. It requires you to keep going when everything in you wants to quit. But you don't have to heal perfectly. You just have to keep healing honestly. Give yourself grace for the hard days. Give yourself credit for progress you can't see. Give yourself permission to heal at your own pace, in your own way, on your own timeline. You're not racing anyone. You're not competing with anyone. You're simply becoming whole again, one imperfect day at a time. The spiral isn't taking you backward, it's taking you deeper, and deeper is where the real healing lives. So, keep going, keep healing, keep trusting the process, even when the process feels broken. You're not broken, you're becoming. If you're giving yourself grace for the non-linear path, type in the comments, "I trust my healing journey." Number 8. Silence the what if that steals your peace. What if it doesn't work? What if they reject you? What if you fail? What if you're not ready? What if everything falls apart? These questions are vultures circling your mind. They keep you awake at night. They paralyze you during the day. They steal your present by filling it with fear about a future that hasn't happened and might never happen. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Think about that. Most things you worry about never occur. You've survived countless fears that turned out to be nothing, yet your mind keeps manufacturing new ones, keeps asking what if, keeps preparing for disasters that exist only in thought. Here's what if really does. It keeps you stuck. It gives you reasons not to try. It provides justification for staying small, staying safe, staying comfortable. Because if you never risk, you never fail. But you also never succeed. You never grow. You never live. Your brain is designed to predict danger. It's trying to protect you, but it can't tell the difference between real threats and imagined ones. It treats the possibility of embarrassment the same as physical harm. Your nervous system responds to, "What if they laugh?" the same way it responds to, "What if there's a bear?" But these aren't the same. What if you asked different questions? What if it does work? What if they say yes? What if you succeed beyond imagination? What if you're more ready than you think? What if everything comes together beautifully? These questions are equally possible, but you don't ask them because hope feels more dangerous than fear. Fear disguises itself as preparation. "I'm just being realistic," you tell yourself. "I'm just thinking ahead." But there's a difference between planning and anxiety. Planning asks, "What's my next step?" Anxiety asks, "What's the worst that could happen?" and replays it endlessly. Truth is, you can't control most outcomes. You can't guarantee results. You can't eliminate all risk. Life is uncertain by nature, but you can control this, whether you let fear make your decisions, whether you let what if steal your dreams before you even try. Every person who did something meaningful faced the same what ifs. Every artist before creating, every entrepreneur before launching, every person before saying, "I love you." The difference isn't that brave people don't feel fear, it's that they act despite it. They feel the what if and move forward anyway. Start catching yourself when what if thinking begins. Notice it, name it. There's my mind trying to predict the future again. Then redirect. Bring yourself back to now. What do you know right now? What can you do right now? What's actually happening right now, not in the imagined future? Practice the pause. When anxiety grips you, take 3 deep breaths. Feel your feet on the ground. Look around. Name 5 things you can see. This brings you back to reality, back to the present, back to the only moment you have power in. Replace catastrophic thinking with realistic thinking, not blind optimism, but honest assessment. This might not work, and if it doesn't, I'll figure it out. I might fail, and if I do, I'll learn something. Things might go wrong, and if they do, I'll handle it. You've handled everything so far. You'll handle what comes next. The future unfolds whether you worry or not. Worry doesn't prevent bad things. It only prevents you from enjoying good things happening now. Choose presence over prediction. Choose action over anxiety. Choose living over endless mental rehearsal of things that might never be. Number 9. You're allowed to outgrow people and places. There are people in your life who knew the old you, the you who stayed quiet, the you who played small, the you who accepted less than you deserved, and now you're changing. growing, becoming, but they're uncomfortable with this new version. They want you to stay who you were because it makes them comfortable, and you feel guilty for evolving. Heraclitus said, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man. Change is the only constant. You're not who you were last year. You won't be the same next year. This is natural. This is growth. This is life. But here's the painful truth. Not everyone can grow with you. Not every relationship is meant to last forever. Some people are in your life for a season, not a lifetime. And that's okay. It doesn't make the love less real. It just means your paths are diverging. You've changed. Your values shifted. Your goals evolved. Conversations that once fulfilled you now feel empty. Places that felt like home now feel confining. Dreams you shared with people no longer align. And you feel guilty, like you're abandoning them, like you're being disloyal. But growth isn't betrayal. Choosing yourself isn't selfish. Creating space for your evolution isn't cruel. You can love people and still outgrow them. You can appreciate what they brought while acknowledging they're no longer aligned with where you're going. Some people will celebrate your growth. They'll encourage your dreams. They'll support your transformation. These are your people. Keep them close, but others will resist. They'll criticize. They'll try to guilt you. They'll say, "You've changed," like it's an insult. And maybe you have changed. Maybe that's exactly the point. You don't owe anyone your small self. You don't owe anyone stagnation to make them comfortable. You don't owe anyone the right to limit you just because they refuse to grow. Your first responsibility is to your own becoming. Letting go doesn't have to be dramatic. It doesn't require confrontation. Sometimes it's just a gentle release, spending less time together, creating boundaries, allowing the relationship to naturally become what it needs to be now, even if that's less than what it was. The same applies to places. That job that once excited you now drains you. That city that once inspired you now suffocates you. That environment that once served your growth now limits it. You're allowed to leave. You're allowed to seek spaces that match who you're becoming. Grief is part of this process. It's okay to mourn what was while moving toward what will be. You can feel sad about endings while knowing they're necessary. You can miss people while recognizing distance is healthier. You can honor the past while choosing the future. Your growth will threaten people standing still. Your light will make people uncomfortable who hide in darkness. Your courage will challenge people choosing comfort. This isn't your problem to fix. Your job isn't to shrink so others feel bigger. Your job is to become fully yourself. Trust the process of outgrowing. Trust that the right people will meet you at your new level. Trust that opportunities will align with your evolution. Trust that every ending makes space for a beginning that serves you better. You're not losing anything real. You're releasing what no longer fits so you can embrace what does. You are allowed to evolve. You are allowed to grow. You are allowed to become who you were always meant to be, even if it means leaving behind who you used to be and the people who loved that version. If you're ready to outgrow without guilt, type in the comments, "I honor my evolution." Number 10. Your story isn't over. You're here, right now, reading these words, which means you're still breathing, still fighting, still hoping, even if that hope is barely a whisper. You've survived everything that tried to break you, every loss, every betrayal, every moment you thought you couldn't continue. And yet, here you are. That's not luck. That's power. F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote, "For what it's worth, it's never too late to be whoever you want to be." Your story isn't finished. This chapter might be brutal, but it's not the final chapter. You're still writing. You're still becoming. The best parts of your story might still be unwritten. Maybe you're at a low point right now. Maybe you feel defeated. Maybe you've lost faith in yourself. in others, in better days. But low points aren't end points. They're turning points. They're where transformation begins, where you decide whether to give up or rise up. Every ending in your life has been a beginning in disguise. Every closed door pushed you toward one that needed to open. Every person who left made space for someone better. Every failed plan redirected you toward something more aligned. You couldn't see it then. But looking back, you can trace the pattern of how everything that fell apart made way for things to fall into place. Your past doesn't determine your future unless you let it. Yes, you've been hurt. Yes, you've failed. Yes, you've made mistakes. But none of that defines what happens next. Every single day is a blank page. Every morning is a chance to write something different. The pen is in your hand. Think about the moments you almost gave up but didn't. Think about times you felt hopeless but kept going anyway. Think about the strength you didn't know you had until you needed it. You've already proven your resilience. You've demonstrated your capacity to survive. This moment isn't different. You'll get through this too. The Japanese art of kintsugi teaches a powerful lesson. When pottery breaks, they repair it with gold, making the cracks beautiful. The bowl isn't destroyed by breaking, it's made more valuable because of it. You are the same. Your scars, your struggles, your broken places, they're not flaws, they're proof of survival, evidence of strength. You don't need to have it figured out. You don't need to know where you're going. You just need to take the next step, then the next, then the next. One step at a time, one day at a time, one choice at a time. That's how every meaningful journey happens. Not in giant leaps, but in persistent forward motion. Stop waiting for someday. Stop waiting for perfect conditions. Stop waiting to feel ready. The life you want starts with choices you make today. The person you want to become is built through actions you take now. This moment matters. You matter. Your story includes pain, but isn't defined by it. Your story includes failure, but isn't defined by it. Your story includes struggle, but isn't defined by it. Your story is about resilience, about courage, about a person who kept going when everything said to stop, about someone who chose hope when despair seemed easier. The ending hasn't been written yet. The final chapter is still blank, and you hold the pen. What will you write? What will you create? What will you become? The answer depends on what you choose right now, in this moment, with all the strength you've gathered from surviving everything that tried to break you. You are not defined by your darkest days. You are defined by the fact that you survived them. You are not measured by how many times you fell. You are measured by how many times you got back up. And you've gotten up every single time. That's not weakness. That's warrior energy. The world needs your story. The messy parts, the broken parts, the parts where you didn't know if you'd make it, but somehow did. Because someone out there is in the darkness right now, and your story might be the light that helps them find their way out. So, keep writing, keep becoming, keep choosing yourself, your healing, your growth, your future. The best chapters are often written after the hardest ones. The most beautiful mornings come after the longest nights. And your morning, it's coming. It's closer than you think. If you believe your best chapters are still ahead, type in the comments, "My story continues." You made it, all the way to the end. That says something about you. It says you're serious about changing. It says you're ready to stop letting negative thinking control your life. It says you're choosing yourself, your peace, your power. Everything we've walked through today comes down to one truth. You have power over your mind. Not total control, that's unrealistic, but power. The power to notice when your thoughts are lying. The power to question the critic's voice. The power to choose which thoughts deserve your energy and which need to be released into the wind. This journey won't be easy. Rewiring thought patterns you've practiced for years takes time, patience, commitment. Some days will be harder. Some moments you'll slip back into old patterns. That's okay. That's human. That's part of the process. What matters is that you keep choosing awareness, keep choosing compassion, keep choosing to speak to yourself like someone worthy of love. Remember, your thoughts are not facts. Your inner critic is not your true voice. Comparison steals your joy. Mistakes don't define you. You don't need permission to start over. Your worth isn't measured by productivity. Healing isn't linear. What if thinking steals your peace? You're allowed to outgrow people and places. And your story? Your story isn't over. You are not stuck. You are not broken. You are not too far gone. You are a masterpiece in progress, and that's beautiful. You are learning to be gentler with yourself, and that's revolutionary. You are someone who stayed through this entire video because something in you still believes better days are possible. Hold on to that belief. Feed it. Water it. Watch it grow into something that changes your entire life. Listen, I need you to do something before you go. Hit that like button, not for me, but as a promise to yourself that you're done living small. Drop your most powerful affirmation in the comments. Let's build a community of people choosing themselves. Share this with someone fighting the same battle in silence. Subscribe, because you need these reminders daily. You deserve daily encouragement. You deserve to remember your worth. You deserve to break free from negative self-thinking once and for all. Come back to this video on hard days. Let these words be your anchor when the storm returns. You are worthy. You are enough. You are becoming. And I promise you, your best days are still ahead. Let's make this the most powerful affirmation section on YouTube. I am worthy. I am enough. I am becoming. Hey warriors, there's a river that flows through the mountains. You can't hear it from the road. You can't see it from the valley, but it's there, carving through stone, reshaping the landscape, creating canyons that will exist for millions of years. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't ask permission. It simply flows, relentless and unstoppable, doing its work in the hidden places where no eye watches and no voice cheers. You are that river, or at least you could be. But somewhere along the way, we learned to perform our lives instead of living them. We learned to broadcast our intentions before we've taken a single step. We learned that the announcement feels almost as good as the achievement, so we stopped halfway, satisfied with the appearance of progress while the actual work remains undone. Heraclitus, the ancient Greek philosopher whose ideas deeply influenced Stoicism, said, "Nature loves to hide." He watched the world and saw that the most powerful forces operate beneath the surface. Seeds germinate in darkness. Mountains form under unseen pressure. Stars are born in clouds of dust where no light penetrates. Power accumulates in secret before it manifests in reality. But we've built a culture that demands the opposite. Share your journey, post your progress, document every step, let everyone into your process. And while transparency has its place, while community has value, we've confused visibility with validity. We've started to believe that if no one sees us working, the work doesn't count. Here's what that belief costs you. Your focus fragments into 1,000 pieces scattered across the minds of everyone you've told. Your energy, which should be concentrated like a laser on your goal, instead disperses like light through a prism, pretty but powerless. Your conviction, which should be hardening like steel in a forge, stays soft and malleable, shaped by every opinion that touches it. Epictetus would tell his students, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. He wasn't teaching them to be mysterious. He was teaching them that talk is cheap, that words without action are just noise, that the gap between what we say we'll do and what we actually do is where most dreams go to die. This gap has never been wider than it is today. We live in an age of infinite announcement and finite execution. Everyone has a plan. Everyone has a goal. Everyone has a vision they're working on. But look around. How many people are actually building something real? How many have the discipline to work when the initial excitement fades? How many can persist through the boring middle, the unglamorous grind, the long stretches where nothing seems to be happening? The ones who can. They're usually quiet. Not because they're secretive, but because they understand something fundamental about energy and focus. They know that every conversation about what they're doing is energy they're not spending on actually doing it. They know that defending their choices to skeptics is time stolen from proving those choices right through action. They know that the hunger for external validation is a trap that keeps you performing instead of producing. What you're about to learn isn't just strategy. It's a fundamental shift in how you approach your entire life. It's about understanding that your power grows in proportion to your ability to work without applause, that your character deepens when you stop performing it and start living it, that your dreams become inevitable when you stop talking about them and start building them in the hidden hours that most people spend seeking comfort. This isn't comfortable wisdom. It won't make you popular at parties. It won't fill your social media with encouraging comments. But it will transform you from someone who plans into someone who does, from someone who talks about change into someone who embodies it, from someone who seeks permission into someone who creates results that need no permission. So, before we go deeper, hit that like button. Drop a comment below. Share this with someone who's tired of talking and ready to build. Subscribe to this channel, and please, don't skip any part of this video. I want you to make a declaration right now in the comments. Write these words: I am the silent architect of my future. Number 1. Silence creates distance between who you are and who you're becoming. There's a gap that exists in every transformation. On one side stands the person you are right now, with all your current limitations, habits, and patterns. On the other side stands the person you're trying to become, the version of you that's achieved the goal, embodied the discipline, broken through to the next level. And between these two versions, there's distance, sacred distance, distance that must be protected. When you announce your transformation too early, you collapse that distance. You invite the old version of yourself to stay present through other people's perceptions. You let everyone who knows you as you were hold you accountable to being that person, even as you're trying to become someone new. Chrysippus, one of the most influential Stoic philosophers, taught that transformation requires what he called assent. It's the moment you fully consent to change, not just intellectually, but at the level of action and identity. But here's the thing about assent. It's fragile in its early stages. It needs protection. It needs space to root deeply before it faces the winds of external opinion. Think about the person who's been overweight their entire life. They've tried diets before, failed before. Everyone knows them as the person who can't stick to it. Then something shifts internally. A true decision gets made. Not a wish, not a hope, a decision. And they start to change, quietly, without fanfare, without announcing it to anyone. In that silence, something powerful happens. They're no longer fighting against everyone's memory of who they've always been. They're not defending their new choices to family members who've seen them fail before. They're not managing the skepticism in people's eyes when they order a salad instead of a burger. They're simply becoming someone new, step by step, rep by rep, meal by meal, in the private laboratory of their own life. The distance between who they were and who they're becoming stays protected. And in that protection, transformation accelerates, because they're not trying to be two people at once, the old version for everyone else and the new version for themselves. They're simply becoming the new version consistently, without the cognitive dissonance of performing their old identity while building their new one. This applies to everything. The employee who wants to become an entrepreneur can't straddle both identities publicly. If they're constantly talking about their business idea at their day job, they're inviting judgment, doubt, and the pressure to prove something before it's ready. But if they work in silence, they can fully inhabit their employee identity during work hours while secretly building their entrepreneur identity in the margins, until one day the new identity is strong enough to stand on its own. Psychologists call this identity foreclosure. It happens when other people's perceptions of you become so fixed that changing your identity feels like betraying them. Your family knows you as the responsible one, so pursuing a risky dream feels like letting them down. Your friends know you as the party person, so getting serious about your goals feels like abandoning the group. Your colleagues know you as the steady worker, so showing ambition feels like breaking an unspoken contract. Silence breaks this pattern. It gives you permission to change without asking for permission. It lets you experiment with new versions of yourself without an audience evaluating whether you're doing it right. It creates breathing room between the expectations others have placed on you and the expectations you're placing on yourself. The Stoics understood this deeply. They made a distinction between preferred indifference and what actually matters. Other people's opinions? Indifferent. Your own character and actions. That's what matters. But they also knew human psychology. They knew that even though opinions shouldn't affect you, they do, especially when you're in transition, especially when you're vulnerable, especially when you're not yet certain of your new path. So they advocated for what might seem like withdrawal, but was actually strategic positioning. Work on yourself away from the crowd. Build your character in private. Let your transformation happen in the space where other people's energy can't interfere with your process. There's also neuroscience behind this. Your brain has what researchers call mirror neurons. They fire both when you perform an action and when you observe someone else performing it. But here's what's fascinating. They also fire based on how others perceive you. When someone sees you as your old self, your brain receives signals that reinforce that old identity. When you're surrounded by people who only know the new you, your brain gets reinforcement for the new identity. This is why geographic moves often accompany major life changes. Why people reinvent themselves in new cities. Why starting fresh with people who have no history with you feels so liberating. You're not fighting against the mirror neurons firing based on outdated perceptions. You're allowing your new identity to solidify without the constant gravitational pull of who you used to be. You don't necessarily need to move cities, but you do need to create distance. And silence is how you create that distance while staying exactly where you are. You stop discussing your transformation. You stop defending your new choices. You stop trying to bring everyone along on your journey. You simply work, quietly and consistently, allowing the distance between old you and new you to expand until one day, the new you is the only you that exists. Number 2, the universe rewards conviction, not conversation. There's a law operating in reality that most people never discover. It's not written in textbooks, it's not taught in schools, but it governs outcomes with absolute precision. The universe doesn't respond to your words. It doesn't care about your intentions. It doesn't negotiate with your promises. It only responds to one thing: committed action, sustained over time. Cleanthes, the second head of the Stoic school, was a boxer before he became a philosopher. He understood something about winning that translated perfectly into wisdom. You don't win by announcing your strategy. You win by executing it with such relentless consistency that the outcome becomes inevitable. He worked as a water carrier by night to fund his studies by day, telling no one of his ambitions until he became one of the greatest minds of his era. The universe is always watching what you do, never what you say. It's measuring your conviction through your behavior, not your declarations. Every morning you wake up early when you said you would, the universe takes note. Every time you keep working when no one's watching, the universe registers it. Every moment you choose discipline over comfort in private, you're casting a vote for the reality you want to create. But here's what happens when you talk instead of act. You send mixed signals. Your words say one thing, your behavior says another. And the universe, which only reads behavior, sees hesitation. It sees uncertainty. It sees someone who hasn't fully committed. And uncommitted energy produces uncommitted results. Think about water boiling. At 99 degrees, it's just hot water. All that heat, all that energy, but it hasn't transformed. Then you add one more degree. At 100 degrees it becomes steam. It transforms. It can power engines. It can move machinery. It can generate electricity. 1 degree of difference creates an entirely different state of matter. Your conviction works the same way. When you're talking about your goals, sharing your plans, seeking encouragement and validation, you're operating at 99 degrees. You're hot, you're active, but you haven't transformed. You're still in the same state. But when you go silent, when you channel every ounce of energy into action, when you stop diluting your focus with conversation, you hit that critical temperature. You transform, and transformed energy creates results that lukewarm intention never could. The ancient Stoics had a practice called prohairesis, which roughly translates to moral choice or will. But it meant something deeper than just making decisions. It meant aligning your entire being, thoughts, words, and actions toward a single purpose. When prohairesis is complete, when all 3 dimensions are pointing the same direction, you become unstoppable. But when your words point one way and your actions another, you create internal friction that bleeds your power. Modern physics calls this coherence. When waves are in phase, aligned, moving together, they amplify each other. A laser is just light waves perfectly aligned, and that alignment makes them powerful enough to cut through steel. But normal light, even bright light, is incoherent. The waves scatter in all directions, cancelling each other out, producing warmth but no cutting power. Your energy is the same. When you're talking, planning, explaining, and announcing, your energy scatters. It goes out in conversation, in defending yourself, in managing people's reactions, in maintaining the image you've created with your words. But when you go silent and pour everything into action, your energy becomes coherent. It aligns, it amplifies, and it cuts through obstacles that seemed impossible when your energy was scattered. There's also something the universe does with sustained conviction that borders on mysterious. Doors open that you didn't know existed. Resources appear that weren't there before. People show up to help at exactly the right moment. Skeptics call it luck or coincidence. But anyone who's experienced it knows it's something else. It's what happens when your commitment becomes so clear, so undeniable, that reality itself seems to reorganize around it. The Stoics would have called this living in accordance with nature or being in harmony with the logos. They believed that when you align yourself with truth, with virtue, with committed action, you're flowing with the fundamental organizing principle of the universe rather than against it. And when you flow with it rather than against it, Life becomes less about forcing and more about allowing. But this only works when your commitment is real. The universe has a perfect detector for fake commitment. It's called results. You can fool people with your words. You can even fool yourself temporarily, but you can't fool reality. Reality only counts what you actually do, and it compounds those actions over time according to laws that are utterly impartial. When you stop announcing and start executing, when you stop talking about who you're going to become and start being that person in the moments no one sees, when you stop seeking permission and start taking responsibility, something shifts in the fabric of your life. Opportunities that seemed closed suddenly open. Obstacles that seemed immovable suddenly shift. Resources that seemed scarce suddenly appear. Not because the universe rewards silence specifically, but because silence is usually where real conviction lives. People who are truly committed are too busy building to broadcast. They're too focused on execution to worry about explanation. They're too invested in results to waste time on rhetoric. The universe doesn't reward your potential. It doesn't reward your intentions. It doesn't reward your promises or your plans or your carefully crafted announcements. It rewards one thing and one thing only: committed action, sustained over time, regardless of who's watching. And that kind of action almost always happens in silence. Here's your moment to commit. Type this in the comments and make it real. My actions speak to the universe louder than my words. Number 3. Privacy is the birthplace of authenticity. Who are you when the camera's off, when the comments are gone, when there's no one to impress, no audience to play to, no narrative to maintain? That person, the one who exists in complete privacy, is the only version of you that's real. Everything else is performance, and performance always costs more than it pays. Musonius Rufus, one of the most practically minded Stoic teachers, believed that philosophy should be lived, not displayed. He taught that the measure of your understanding isn't how well you can discuss virtue, but how you behave when no one's measuring. He would say, the person who has truly learned philosophy has digested it so thoroughly that it disappears into their character. You can't see it anymore as separate from who they are. But we live in an age of mandatory performance. Document your breakfast, share your workout, post your productivity, announce your values, prove your worth, justify your existence through constant content creation. And in all this performance, something essential gets lost. You lose touch with the raw, unedited version of yourself that exists before you shape it for an audience. Privacy isn't about hiding. It's about having a space where you can be completely yourself, without editing, without curating, without translating your experience into something consumable by others. It's in that space that you discover what you actually think, what you actually feel, what you actually value, when no one's approval is on the line. Here's what happens when you live publicly. You start making choices based on how they'll look, rather than how they'll feel. You choose the restaurant that photographs well over the one with the best food. You pick the hobby that sounds impressive over the one that genuinely calls to you. You shape your opinions to match your audience rather than discovering what you truly believe. Slowly, incrementally, you become a character in a story you're writing for others instead of a human being living your own life. The ancient Stoics were deeply concerned with this exact problem, though they didn't have social media. They called it living for reputation versus living for virtue. Marcus Aurelius, despite being the most powerful man in the world, constantly reminded himself in his private journals, "What do you think you're doing? Why do you care what these people think?" He was fighting against the natural human tendency to perform for approval rather than act from genuine conviction. But privacy does something else that's equally important. It creates space for failure, real, messy, embarrassing failure that teaches you things success never could. When you're working publicly, failure is costly. It damages your image. It contradicts your narrative. It makes you look foolish or incompetent. So you avoid it. You play it safe. You stick to what you know works. But in privacy, failure is just information. It's feedback. It's the universe showing you what needs adjustment. You can fail spectacularly, learn the lesson, adjust your approach, and try again without managing anyone's perception of you. This is where real growth happens, not in the carefully curated highlights you show the world, but in the private laboratory where you're free to experiment, to break things, to discover through trial and error. Neuroscientists have found that our brains process experiences differently depending on whether we're being observed. When we know someone's watching, our prefrontal cortex activates more strongly. We become more self-conscious, more careful, more deliberate. But we also become less creative, less spontaneous, less capable of the kind of free-flowing exploration that leads to breakthroughs. Privacy shuts off that observer effect. It lets your brain work the way it evolved to work, without the constant monitoring of how you're being perceived. Ideas flow more freely, connections form more naturally. You stumble into insights you would never have reached through careful, observed thinking. There's also something sacred about having parts of your life that belong only to you, experiences that aren't translated into content, achievements that exist only in your memory, struggles that you processed alone without turning them into a public narrative. These private moments, these untranslated experiences, they become the bedrock of your actual identity rather than your performed identity. The Stoics talked about the inner citadel, a fortress of self that no external force could breach. But you can't build that citadel in public. You can't develop genuine self-reliance while constantly checking the reactions of others. You can't discover your authentic values while performing values you think will earn approval. The inner citadel is built in privacy, in the moments when you're accountable only to yourself. This doesn't mean you never share anything. It doesn't mean you live like a hermit or refuse all connection. It means you maintain a clear boundary between what's private and what's public. It means you protect certain experiences, certain processes, certain parts of yourself from the distorting effect of being turned into content. Because here's the truth. The moment you share something, you change your relationship to it. The experience becomes a story. The struggle becomes a narrative. The achievement becomes a post. And stories, narratives, and posts are all shaped for an audience. They're edited, they're framed, they're interpreted, and in that translation from private experience to public content, something essential is always lost. What's lost is authenticity, not the performed authenticity that's so popular now, where people share their real struggles in carefully crafted ways, but actual authenticity, the kind that exists only in private, the kind that no one sees but you, the kind that forms the foundation of genuine character rather than curated personality. When you reclaim privacy, when you create sacred space that belongs only to you, you give yourself permission to be fully human again, messy, contradictory, growing, failing, learning, not as content for others to consume, but as a living, breathing person discovering what it means to be alive. Let's make this official. Leave a comment right now declaring, "My private self is my truest self." Number 4. Momentum multiplies in the shadows. There's a phenomenon in physics called accumulated potential. It's what happens when energy builds, layer upon layer, pressure upon pressure, force upon force, without release. A river behind a dam, tectonic plates pressing against each other, a seed swelling beneath the soil. For a while, nothing visible happens. No movement, no drama, no evidence that anything significant is occurring. Then suddenly the dam releases, the earthquake hits, the seedling breaks through, and the accumulated force transforms everything in an instant. Your silent work operates on the same principle. While you're building in private, while nothing seems to be happening, while everyone else appears to be moving faster because they're announcing every step, you're accumulating something they're not. You're building momentum that doesn't dissipate. You're creating pressure that will eventually become unstoppable. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, taught his students on a painted porch in Athens, but before that, he spent years studying in silence. He absorbed wisdom from multiple schools of thought. He worked through contradictions. He developed his philosophy in the quiet spaces between teachers, in the private hours of contemplation. When he finally began teaching, his ideas emerged fully formed, powerful, coherent. They changed the world. But that power was built in obscurity. Here's what most people don't understand about momentum. It's fragile in the beginning. Those first few days of a new habit, those initial attempts at a skill, those early stages of a business or project. The momentum is there, but it's delicate. It needs protection. And every time you talk about it, every time you expose it to external energy, you risk breaking the spell. Think about a spinning top. When it first starts, it's wobbly, unstable, easy to knock over. But as it spins faster, as momentum builds, it becomes stable. It becomes hard to disrupt. Eventually it's spinning so fast that you can barely touch it without it correcting itself. Your work in silence is like that. You're building spin velocity without disruption, letting momentum accumulate until it reaches the point where external forces can't slow it down. But when you announce early, when you seek validation before momentum has built, you're inviting disruption. Every skeptical comment is a finger touching the top while it's still wobbly. Every doubt someone plants is friction slowing your spin. Every question you have to answer is energy diverted from the work of building velocity. The Stoics had a concept they called cataleptic impressions, which were clear, undeniable perceptions of truth. But they acknowledged that not all impressions are cataleptic. Some are confused. Some are distorted by emotion or desire or external influence. They taught their students to test impressions privately, to examine them in the quiet of their own minds before accepting them as true. Your momentum needs the same private examination. You need time to test whether this path is real before you invite others to judge it. You need space to build confidence in your direction before you have to defend it to skeptics. You need the freedom to pivot, to adjust, to discover what actually works without the weight of public commitment to a specific approach. Here's something fascinating that happens in the shadows. You develop instinct. When you're working publicly, you're always second-guessing. Is this good enough to share? What will people think? How does this fit the narrative I've created? But when you're working privately, you start trusting your gut. You make decisions based on what feels right, what the work requires, what your intuition tells you, rather than what will look good or sound impressive. And intuition is exponentially faster than analysis. It processes information your conscious mind can't access. It sees patterns before they're obvious. It guides you towards solutions that logic alone would never reach. But intuition only develops in privacy, in the space where you're making decisions for the work itself, rather than for an audience's reaction to the work. Research on expertise shows that masters in any field develop what psychologists call chunking. They don't process information piece by piece anymore. They see whole patterns instantly. A chess master doesn't analyze each piece. They see positions. A musician doesn't think about each note. They hear phrases. But this only develops through massive private practice, through thousands of hours working when no one's watching, when there's no performance pressure, when it's just you and the work. Your momentum in the shadows creates the same effect. You're not just accumulating hours, you're developing mastery at a level that public work can't match. Because public work is always partially performative. You're always aware of the audience, but private work is pure. It's you and the challenge, you and the craft, you and the goal. No mediation, no translation, no performance. There's also a psychological advantage to momentum built in private. When you finally do emerge, when you finally show what you've created, people are shocked. They wonder how you did it so fast. They don't see the accumulated hours, the built-up pressure, the momentum that's been multiplying in the shadows. They only see the result, which seems to appear suddenly, almost magically. But you know the truth. You know that what looks sudden to them is the result of sustained effort they never saw. You know that the pressure that finally burst through was building slowly, consistently, in the hidden places where real work happens. You know that momentum, real momentum, the kind that changes lives and creates lasting results, always multiplies in the shadows before it manifests in the light. I need you to own this truth. Go to the comments and write, "My unseen momentum is becoming unstoppable." Number 5. Silence teaches you to trust yourself above all others. There's a moment that comes to everyone who builds in silence. It's the moment when you realize you've stopped looking over your shoulder for approval. You've stopped measuring your progress against other people's timelines. You've stopped needing someone else to tell you that you're on the right path. You just know, not with arrogance, not with false confidence, but with a quiet, unshakable certainty that comes from having proven something to the only person whose opinion ultimately matters, yourself. Epictetus taught, "He who is in harmony with himself is in harmony with the universe." But harmony with yourself isn't something you can find by polling your friends or checking social media for validation. It's discovered in the silence, in the space between your decision and your action, where no other voice exists except your own. Most people never develop real self-trust because they never give themselves the chance. They're always checking, always asking, always seeking confirmation from external sources before they believe in their own judgment. Do you think this is a good idea? Does this look right? Am I making the right choice? Each question, each seeking of outside validation is a small betrayal of your own inner knowing. Here's what happens in that betrayal. You teach your brain that you can't be trusted, that your instincts aren't reliable, that you need others to confirm reality for you. Over time, your decision-making muscles atrophy. The mental pathways that connect you to your own wisdom begin to fade. You become dependent on external validation the way a muscle becomes dependent on a brace, growing weaker the more you rely on something outside yourself for support. But silence forces a different development. When you're building alone, when you've committed to not seeking outside input during the crucial formation phase, you have no choice but to trust yourself. You make a decision, you take action, you see results, you adjust, you decide again, you act again, and with each cycle, you're strengthening that internal guidance system. The Stoics called this developing your hegemonicon, your ruling faculty, your command center. It's the part of you that observes, evaluates, chooses, and acts. Marcus Aurelius wrote that nothing can harm this ruling faculty except itself. No external force can corrupt it unless you give permission. But that protection only works when you've built it strong, when you've exercised it enough in private that it doesn't collapse under external pressure. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. At first, you need training wheels. You need someone holding the back of the seat. You need external support. But there comes a moment when those supports have to come off. There's a moment of terror when you realize no one's holding you anymore. You're balancing on your own. And in that moment, you either trust yourself or you fall. And falling isn't the failure. Never trying to ride without support is the failure. Your goals, your dreams, your transformation, they require the same leap. At some point, you have to remove the training wheels of constant validation. You have to let go of the need for others to confirm every choice. You have to trust that you've prepared enough, learned enough, grown enough to navigate without constant external input. And that trust only develops when you actually practice navigating alone. Neuroscience reveals something powerful here. Your brain has what's called the default mode network, which activates when you're not focused on external tasks. It's where self-reflection happens, where you consolidate learning, where you integrate experiences into understanding. But this network only activates in quiet, in solitude, in the absence of external stimulation. When you're constantly seeking outside input, you never give this network time to operate. You never give your brain the space to develop its own models of reality. Silence provides that space. In the quiet hours of working alone, your default mode network is processing everything. It's building internal maps. It's creating decision-making frameworks based on your direct experience rather than other people's theories. It's developing what we might call wisdom, which is different from knowledge. Knowledge is information you receive from outside. Wisdom is understanding you develop from within. The ancient Stoics made a crucial distinction between catalepsis and doxa. Catalepsis is clear comprehension, direct understanding, perception so accurate that it leaves no room for doubt. Doxa is opinion, the uncertain beliefs we hold without direct verification. When you build in silence, testing your ideas through action rather than discussion, you develop catalepsis. You know because you've directly experienced. But when you're constantly seeking others' input, you accumulate doxa. You hold beliefs because someone told you, not because you've verified them yourself. There's also something profound that happens to your relationship with failure when you trust yourself. Failure stops being this catastrophic event that proves you were wrong to try. Instead, it becomes information, just data. Your internal guidance system made a prediction, reality responded differently, and now you have better information for the next decision. There's no shame in it, because there's no audience judging it. There's just you, learning, adjusting, improving. This is the ultimate freedom. Not needing anyone's permission to try, not needing anyone's validation to persist, not needing anyone's approval to know you're on the right path. Just you and reality in direct conversation, building trust with yourself through the only method that actually works, showing up consistently and proving to yourself that you're reliable. When you finally emerge from the silence with results, people will ask how you knew it would work. And the honest answer is, you didn't. Not with certainty, but you trusted yourself enough to find out. You trusted your ability to handle whatever came. You trusted that even if it didn't work exactly as planned, you'd learn, adapt, and ultimately succeed. And that trust, built in the quiet hours when no one was watching, is the most valuable asset you'll ever develop. This is your declaration of independence. Comment these powerful words. I trust myself more than I need others' approval. So, here's where we stand. You've walked through these 5 truths, and now you understand something most people will never grasp. Silence isn't weakness. It's strategy. It's protection. It's power concentrated instead of scattered. It's you choosing to invest your energy where it actually compounds rather than where it evaporates into empty conversation. The Stoics didn't create this philosophy to make life harder. They created it to make you stronger. to help you see through the illusions that trap most people in cycles of announcement without achievement, intention without action, performance without substance. They understood that the gap between who you say you are and who you actually are is where all your power gets lost. But now you know how to close that gap. Work in silence. Build in private. Trust yourself more than you need validation. Let momentum accumulate in the shadows. Protect the sacred distance where transformation happens. And when the time comes, when the work is done, let your results be so undeniable that no explanation is necessary and no defense is required. This isn't theory. This is how extraordinary lives get built. Not through announcements and applause, but through silent consistency that eventually becomes impossible to ignore. Not through seeking permission, but through creating results that need no permission. Not through performing transformation, but through actually transforming when no one's watching. The world doesn't need more talkers. It needs more doers. More people who understand that real power whispers while weakness shouts. More people who trust the process enough to work without an audience. More people who know that focus in silence always leads to winning in public. You are capable of becoming that person, not someday. Starting right now. Close your mouth. Open your hands. Get to work. And let your life become the proof that silence, real silence combined with relentless action, is the most powerful force in the universe. Now go build something worthy of the silence that protected it. If this message hit home, smash that like button. Drop your affirmation in the comments below. Share this with someone who's ready to stop talking and start building. And subscribe to this channel, because we're just getting started on this journey and you'll want every piece of wisdom we're bringing your way. One final declaration before you go. Seal this commitment in the comments. Silence is my strategy. Action is my language. Hey warriors, picture this. You're lying in bed staring at the ceiling. The room is dark, but your mind is blazing with light, replaying every awkward moment from today, rehearsing conversations that haven't happened yet, calculating problems that might never arrive. Your body is exhausted, but your thoughts won't let you rest. Sound familiar? Here's something the ancient Stoics discovered that modern sleep science is only now confirming. The last thoughts you feed your mind before drifting off don't just disappear. They simmer, they cook, they become the foundation of how you'll experience tomorrow. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, taught that well-being is realized by small steps, but is truly no small thing. Those small steps. They begin in the quiet moments before sleep. We live in a world that glorifies hustle, noise, and constant motion. But the Stoics understood something we've forgotten. Real transformation happens in stillness. Not the forced stillness of meditation apps or breathing exercises you abandon after 3 days. I'm talking about the natural stillness that comes when you stop wrestling with reality and start working with it. Your mind is having a conversation with you right now. Maybe it's whispering about that text message you shouldn't have sent. Maybe it's shouting about bills, deadlines, or that doctor's appointment you keep postponing. The Stoics didn't believe in silencing these voices through distraction or denial. They believed in something radically different, listening to them, understanding them, then gently redirecting them toward wisdom. Seneca wrote letters to his friend Lucilius about examining each day before sleep. Not as a judge condemning yourself, but as a student learning from experience. He said, "The spirit ought to be brought up for examination daily." But here's what makes this powerful. He wasn't promoting guilt or shame. He was promoting awareness. Because you cannot heal what you refuse to see, and you cannot change what you refuse to acknowledge. Tonight is different from every other night you've experienced. Why? Because tonight, you're going to stop accidentally programming your subconscious with worry and start intentionally planting seeds of wisdom. While your body rests, your deeper mind will be working with these Stoic principles, integrating them, making them part of who you are. The 10 practices I'm sharing aren't band-aids for bad days. They're not motivational quotes that sound nice, but change nothing. These are tools that survivors of shipwrecks use to stay sane. These are principles that prisoners use to maintain dignity. These are truths that emperors used to stay humble. They worked in ancient Rome, and they'll work in your bedroom tonight. Marcus Aurelius ruled the most powerful empire on earth while facing wars, plagues, and betrayal. Yet his private journal, now called Meditations, reveals a man who struggled with the same human challenges we face: disappointment, frustration, fatigue. The difference? He had a system for processing these experiences before they poisoned his spirit. That system is what you're about to learn. Sleep isn't just rest, it's reset. Your brain doesn't shut down, it reorganizes, consolidates memories, processes emotions, and prepares for tomorrow. What if instead of feeding it anxiety, comparison, and regret before bed, you fed it perspective, acceptance, and purpose? What if your last conscious thoughts became your first unconscious teachers? This isn't about becoming emotionless or pretending pain doesn't exist. The Stoics cried. They grieved. They felt deeply. But they refused to let temporary emotions become permanent residents in their minds. There's a difference between feeling sadness and choosing to rehearse it endlessly before sleep. There's a difference between acknowledging fear and inviting it to narrate your entire night. You're about to discover how people with far fewer resources, less knowledge, and harder lives than ours found genuine peace. Not fake peace that crumbles when tested, real peace that holds steady even when everything around them falls apart. And it starts tonight, in your bed, in the dark, with these 10 Stoic principles working while you sleep. If you're ready to transform your nights starting today, declare it in the comments. My last thoughts build my tomorrow. Before we dive deep into these life-changing principles, hit that like button. Drop a comment, sharing just one word, describing how you feel before bed most nights. Share this video with someone who's tired of sleepless nights filled with endless worry. Subscribe to this channel because we're creating a space where ancient wisdom meets modern struggles. Let's begin this journey. Number 1. Train your mind to befriend the darkness. Most people treat nighttime like an enemy. The moment the sun sets and responsibilities pause, anxiety rushes in to fill the void. But the Stoics had a completely different relationship with darkness and silence. They saw it as an opportunity, not a threat. Musonius Rufus, often called the Roman Socrates, taught his students that hardship is the training ground for virtue. But here's what he understood about night specifically. When external distractions fade, you finally meet yourself. The real you, not the version you perform for colleagues or family, the raw, unfiltered self. And that meeting, it terrifies most people. Think about what happens when you lie down. Suddenly, there's nowhere to run. No phone scrolling can truly quiet your mind. No television can drown out that inner voice. The darkness strips away your defenses, and you're left facing questions you've been avoiding all day. Am I doing enough? Am I being who I want to be? What if I fail? What if I already have? Here's the Stoic approach that changes everything. Stop running from these questions. Instead, before sleep, deliberately create a moment of honest conversation with yourself. Not harsh judgment, not cruel criticism. Honest observation. like a good friend pointing out that you have spinach in your teeth. Helpful, not hurtful. The practice is simple but profound. In the darkness, ask yourself 3 specific questions. What did I do today that aligned with who I want to become? Where did I react instead of respond? What's one small adjustment I can make tomorrow? Notice these aren't questions designed to shame you. They're designed to grow you. Epictetus was born into slavery, experienced physical disability, and faced circumstances most of us cannot imagine. Yet he developed an unshakable inner peace. His secret? He wrote, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." Translation: be willing to look honestly at your mistakes without defending them. The darkness before sleep is where this honesty becomes possible. When you befriend the darkness, you stop fearing your own thoughts. You stop needing constant noise to avoid silence. You discover that the quiet isn't empty, it's full of insight, full of clarity, full of the wisdom your busy daytime mind drowns out. Your brain's default mode network, the part that activates during rest, is actually solving problems and making connections you can't force during active thinking. But it only works properly when you're not flooding it with worry. When you approach the dark, quiet moments before sleep as a gift rather than a punishment, you unlock this natural intelligence. Ancient Stoics didn't have electricity, smartphones, or endless entertainment options. When the sun set, they sat with themselves. They wrote. They reflected. They processed. This wasn't torture. It was maintenance. Like brushing your teeth or washing your face, examining your day was basic mental hygiene. Tonight, I want you to try something radical. 10 minutes before you plan to sleep, turn off every screen. Sit in dim light or darkness. Place your hand on your heart and simply acknowledge, today happened. I did my best with what I knew. Tomorrow, I'll try again. No elaborate ritual, no complicated meditation, just honest acknowledgement. This befriending of darkness does something unexpected. It removes the power that anxious thoughts have over you. When you stop treating nighttime as something to get through and start treating it as something valuable, the entire experience shifts. You're no longer fighting, you're learning. The Stoics believed that philosophy, love of wisdom, wasn't just intellectual exercise. It was therapeutic, it was healing. And the darkness? It's where the healing happens deepest, while you sleep, while your conscious defenses are down, while truth can finally reach the parts of you that need it most. Comment below the one thing you're releasing tonight. I release what I cannot control. Number 2. Practice the evening inventory without self-punishment. There's a beautiful difference between reflection and rumination. Reflection is looking at your day like a scientist examining data. Curious, objective, seeking patterns. Rumination is playing your worst moments on repeat until they become your identity. The Stoics mastered reflection while completely avoiding the trap of rumination. Seneca practiced something revolutionary for his time and ours, the nightly review. But here's where most people get it wrong when they try this. They turn it into a highlight reel of failures, a courtroom where they're both prosecutor and defendant, endlessly arguing about every mistake. That's not what Seneca did. He examined his day the way a gardener walks through a garden, noting what's thriving, what needs attention, what to plant differently tomorrow. In his essay On Anger, Seneca describes his practice. When the light has been removed and my wife has fallen silent, aware of this habit that's now mine, I examine my entire day and go back over what I've done and said, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by. Notice what he's not doing. He's not beating himself up. He's not catastrophizing. He's simply reviewing with honesty. Here's why this matters for sleep specifically. Your mind will review your day, whether you do it consciously or not. If you don't guide this process, your anxious brain will do it automatically, and it won't be kind. It'll magnify every awkward moment, replay every regret, imagine every terrible consequence. By taking control of this review before sleep, you're essentially telling your subconscious, "I've got this handled. You can rest now." The practice works like this. Before lying down, take 5 minutes, just 5, to mentally walk through your day. Not every detail, just the moments that carry emotional weight. That conversation with your teenager, the decision you made at work, the way you reacted when someone cut you off in traffic. Look at each moment and ask, did I respond with wisdom or reactivity? Here's the crucial part that separates Stoic review from self-flagellation. When you notice you reacted poorly, you don't spiral into shame. Instead, you simply note it like a teacher grading papers. Interesting. When he criticized my idea, I got defensive instead of curious. Tomorrow I could pause and ask questions instead of explaining. That's it. Observation, lesson, move forward. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his personal journal, "Begin each day by telling yourself, today I shall be meeting with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness." This sounds pessimistic until you understand his point. He wasn't being negative, he was being prepared. And at night, he'd review how he handled these inevitable challenges, learning from each encounter. The evening inventory creates something powerful for your sleeping mind: closure. Your brain desperately wants to close loops, finish stories, resolve tensions. When you consciously review your day and extract the lesson, you're giving your brain permission to file it away. The issue becomes resolved at a cognitive level, even if the external situation isn't perfect yet. Think of it like this. If you had a physical injury, you wouldn't just ignore it and hope it heals randomly while you sleep. You'd clean it, maybe apply medicine, bandage it properly. Your emotional and mental experiences need the same conscious care. The evening inventory is how you clean the wounds, apply wisdom, and let healing happen overnight. One warning: this practice only works if you approach yourself with compassion. The Stoics weren't gentle, fuzzy philosophers, but they understood that cruelty, even self-directed cruelty, doesn't produce wisdom. It produces shame, and shame makes you hide from truth rather than learn from it. Epictetus taught his students, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. The evening inventory isn't about explaining to yourself why you messed up. It's about embodying the commitment to grow. You look, you learn, you adjust, you sleep. You wake up slightly wiser than yesterday. Tonight, grab a mental notepad. Not a physical journal. This is an internal practice. Review your day in 3 categories: moments you're genuinely proud of, moments that didn't reflect your values, and moments where you could choose differently tomorrow. Spend 30 seconds on each category. That's it. No drama, no therapy session, just honest inventory. The gift you're giving yourself is profound. You're training your sleeping mind to process experiences constructively rather than destructively. You're converting today's raw material into tomorrow's wisdom. And you're doing it all before your head hits the pillow, so your actual sleep can be about restoration, not rehearsal. If you've been too hard on yourself, it's time to change that. Type, "I review with grace, then rest." Number 3, release the imaginary audience judging you. Right now, as you prepare for sleep, there's probably a committee meeting happening in your mind. All the people you imagine are judging you: your boss, your neighbor, your high school friend who seems perfect on social media, your own younger self, disappointed in who you've become. This invisible audience takes up enormous mental real estate, especially in the vulnerable hours before sleep. The Stoics had a fascinating perspective on reputation and judgment. They care deeply about virtue, but almost not at all about opinion. Marcus Aurelius wrote something that sounds harsh, but is actually liberating. I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinion of others. Read that again slowly. You love yourself supposedly, yet you trust strangers' opinions more than your own assessment. You lie awake, worried about what someone thinks of your outfit, your parenting, your career choices, your life decisions. People who are probably not thinking about you at all because they're too busy worrying about who's judging them. Here's the uncomfortable truth that will set you free tonight. Most people aren't thinking about you, not because you don't matter, but because they're starring in their own mental movies where they're the main character. That embarrassing thing you said 3 weeks ago that keeps you awake. They forgot it 3 minutes after it happened. That social media post you agonized over. Half the people who saw it don't even remember it. Epictetus taught something radical about external judgment. He said that when someone insults you or criticizes you, they're not actually commenting on you. They're revealing their own values and perceptions. If someone calls you lazy, that's their interpretation filtered through their beliefs about what productivity looks like. It literally tells you more about them than about you. Before sleep, the imaginary audience becomes especially loud because your defenses are down. During the day, you can distract yourself from these voices, but at night, they show up like uninvited guests at a party. The Stoic solution isn't to argue with them or prove them wrong. It's to simply revoke their invitation to your mental space. Try this tonight. Identify one person whose imagined judgment has been bothering you. Picture them clearly. Now recognize this truth. The version of them judging you in your mind isn't even real. It's your creation, your projection, your fear wearing their face. The real person is probably at home worrying about their own problems, not critiquing your choices. Seneca spent time advising emperors and wealthy Romans who were obsessed with reputation. He told them, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." Your worth isn't determined by applause or approval. It's built through how you handle challenges when nobody's watching, how you treat yourself when you stumble, how you show up when it would be easier to hide. The practice for tonight is powerful in its simplicity. Before lying down, say this quietly to yourself. I release everyone else's scorecards. I keep only my own compass, your internal sense of right and wrong, your values, your integrity. That's what matters. Everyone else's scorecard is based on incomplete information, personal biases, and projections that have nothing to do with your real journey. This doesn't mean you stop caring about being a good person. It means you stop outsourcing your self-worth to people who don't have the full picture of your life. You stop performing for an audience that exists mainly in your imagination. You start answering to the one person who will be with you every moment of your life, yourself. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire where literally millions had opinions about his decisions. Yet he wrote for himself. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. Tonight, you're retreating not from responsibility, but from the exhausting performance of trying to manage everyone's perception of you. When you release the imaginary audience, something miraculous happens. The mental energy you've been spending on defending yourself, explaining yourself, or proving yourself becomes available for actual rest. Your nervous system, which has been on high alert trying to protect your reputation, finally gets the message, we're safe, we're enough. We can rest now. Who's been living rent-free in your head? Release them now and comment. I answer only to my integrity. Number 4, accept that tomorrow is built on uncertainty, not guarantees. You know what keeps more people awake than anything else? The desperate need to know how things will turn out. Will the meeting go well? Will they text back? Will the test results be okay? Will the money come through? Your mind spins endless scenarios, trying to predict, control, and guarantee outcomes that haven't happened yet. The Stoics had a wildly different approach to uncertainty. They didn't fight it. They partnered with it. Seneca wrote something that sounds almost absurd at first. The whole future lies in uncertainty. Live immediately. Think about what he's really saying. You're sacrificing your present peace for a future you cannot control or predict. You're lying in bed right now, this moment, unable to rest because you're mentally living in tomorrow, next week, next year, none of which actually exist yet. Here's what's happening in your brain when you obsess about future outcomes. Your mind mistakes planning for preparation. You think if you just worry enough, imagine enough scenarios, rehearse enough conversations, you'll somehow be ready for whatever comes. But that's not preparation. That's exhaustion disguised as productivity. Real preparation is doing what you can with what you have right now, then releasing attachment to specific outcomes. The Stoic philosopher Chrysippus used an analogy that's perfect for understanding this. He compared life to a dog tied to a moving cart. The dog has two choices: resist and get dragged painfully, or run alongside the cart with dignity. The cart, fate, circumstances, the unfolding of events, moves regardless. Your choice is only about how you move with it. This doesn't mean you stop planning or setting goals. Marcus Aurelius planned military campaigns. Seneca advised on political strategy. They weren't passive people waiting for life to happen, but they understood something crucial. You can plan your actions without demanding certainty about results. You can prepare without pretending you control outcomes. Tonight, your mind probably has a list of what-ifs ready to deploy the moment things get quiet. What if I lose my job? What if they don't forgive me? What if my health declines? What if I've made the wrong choice? Here's the Stoic response that seems simple but changes everything. Maybe. And if it happens, I'll handle it then. Not "it won't happen," that's denial. Not "I'll prevent it," that's false control. Just, if it happens, I'll handle it then. This acknowledgement that you are capable of responding to whatever comes is more powerful than any amount of worry-fueled mental rehearsal. Epictetus was asked by his students how to handle fear of future hardship. His response: "Don't demand that events happen as you would wish them to. Instead, wish that events happen as they do, and you will go on well." This sounds like giving up until you realize what he's actually teaching. It's about energy management. Fighting reality takes enormous energy. Accepting and adapting to reality frees that energy for actual problem solving. The practice for tonight is deceptively simple. When a worry about tomorrow surfaces, acknowledge it completely. Don't suppress it. Don't argue with it. Just say internally, "Yes, that's uncertain." And uncertainty is part of being alive. I've handled uncertain situations before. I'll handle this one too if it comes. Then gently bring your attention back to this moment. The temperature of your room, the texture of your sheets, the rhythm of your breathing. This isn't positive thinking. This is realistic thinking. The Stoics weren't optimists or pessimists. They were practitioners of what's called negative visualization. They'd imagine worst-case scenarios not to torture themselves, but to realize they could survive them. Seneca practiced poverty regularly to remind himself he could handle it if fortune changed. Not because he wanted poverty, but because removing the fear of it gave him freedom. When you accept uncertainty as the fabric of existence rather than a problem to solve, your whole relationship with sleep transforms. You stop treating bedtime as the moment when your mind must solve everything. You start treating it as the moment when you acknowledge today is complete, tomorrow is unwritten, and rest is what bridges them. The irony is perfect. The more you demand certainty, the less peace you have. The more you accept uncertainty, the more capable you become of handling whatever actually arrives. Your sleeping mind doesn't need guarantees. It needs permission to stop the exhausting work of trying to predict and control the uncontrollable. Let go of needing to know everything right now. Drop this below. I trust myself with uncertainty. Number 5. Separate your worth from your productivity. There's a voice that probably speaks up right as you're about to sleep. It sounds like this: "You didn't do enough today. You should have accomplished more. Everyone else is ahead of you. You're wasting your life." This voice has convinced millions of people that their value as a human being is measured by their output. The Stoics would call this exactly what it is: complete nonsense. Marcus Aurelius was literally the emperor of Rome, arguably the most powerful and productive person on earth during his reign. Yet he wrote this in his private journal: "At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, 'I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain of if I'm going to do what I was born for?'" Notice what's absent from his words: achievement, status, productivity metrics. He defines his purpose simply as being human, showing up, doing his best, being present. Our culture has done something toxic. It's conflated being productive with being valuable. It's told you that rest is earned only after achievement, that sleep is something you deserve only if you've checked enough boxes, that your worth depends on your output. This is not ancient wisdom. This is modern insanity. Seneca observed wealthy Romans who couldn't sleep because they were always calculating, always strategizing, always trying to accumulate more. He wrote to his friend Lucilius, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." The poverty he's describing isn't financial, it's spiritual. It's the poverty of believing you're never enough until you achieve something else. Here's what happens when you tie your worth to productivity. You create an impossible standard that steals your peace. Did you have a productive day? Great. But tomorrow you need to be even more productive, or you'll feel like you're falling behind. Did you have an unproductive day? Terrible. Now you're worthless and need to compensate tomorrow. It's a rigged game where you always lose. The Stoics separated these concepts completely. Virtue, being a good person, had nothing to do with external achievement. A slave could be virtuous. A beggar could be wise. An emperor could be morally bankrupt despite ruling the world. Your character, your integrity, your humanity, these things exist independent of what you produce. Tonight, I want you to practice something revolutionary. As you prepare for sleep, list 3 things that have nothing to do with productivity, but everything to do with your worth as a person. Maybe you were patient with someone who frustrated you. Maybe you noticed something beautiful. Maybe you simply continued existing through a hard day. These aren't achievements, they're evidence of your humanity. Epictetus taught that we're not just rational beings, we're social beings designed for connection and contribution. But contribution doesn't mean constant production. Sometimes your contribution is simply not adding more harm to the world. Sometimes it's offering a kind word. Sometimes it's letting yourself rest so you have capacity tomorrow. Your body doesn't care about your to-do list. It needs sleep to repair cells, consolidate memories, regulate hormones, and maintain health. When you deny yourself rest because you didn't earn it, you're essentially punishing your body for your mind's arbitrary standards. That's not discipline, that's self-sabotage. There's a beautiful Stoic practice called the view from above. Marcus Aurelius would imagine zooming out from his immediate concerns to see the vastness of the empire, the world, the cosmos. From that perspective, his daily productivity metrics seemed absurdly small. The universe doesn't care if you answered all your emails. Time doesn't speed up because you finished your project. Your worth as a conscious being exists independent of your output. This doesn't mean you become lazy or stop pursuing goals. It means you stop letting achievement define your right to rest. You stop treating sleep as a reward for productivity and start treating it as a requirement for being human. Even Marcus Aurelius, with an empire depending on him, gave himself permission to sleep. The practice tonight. Before closing your eyes, place your hand over your heart and say this truth: I am valuable because I exist, not because of what I produce. My worth isn't earned, it's inherent. I give myself permission to rest. Feel how different that is from, I'll sleep when I've earned it. If you're exhausted from proving your worth, reclaim your peace and write, my worth isn't earned through productivity. Number 6. Transform regret into fuel, not poison. Regret is probably one of the most frequent visitors to your bedtime thoughts. That conversation from 5 years ago, that opportunity you didn't take, that relationship you mishandled, that version of yourself you wish you'd been. Regret whispers the cruelest lie. You've ruined everything and it's too late to fix it. The Stoics understood regret intimately, but they refused to let it become a life sentence. Epictetus had every reason to drown in regret. Born into slavery, his leg permanently damaged by his master, denied basic freedoms most people take for granted. Yet he developed a philosophy that transformed suffering into strength. He taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you use what happens to you. Notice he didn't say how you feel about it. He said how you use it. Regret in Stoic hands becomes raw material for wisdom. Here's the truth about regret that changes everything. You cannot undo the past, but you can absolutely redefine its meaning. Right now, your regrets are stories you tell yourself about failure and loss. What if those same experiences were actually stories about growth, lessons, and redirection? Same facts, completely different narrative. Think about this. The person you regret being no longer exists. You're literally not the same person who made that mistake. Your cells have regenerated. Your neural pathways have changed. Your knowledge has expanded. You're carrying regret for someone who is essentially a stranger, a past version of you who did their best with the consciousness they had at that moment. Marcus Aurelius wrote something profound about change. Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. He's not saying loss doesn't hurt. He's saying that loss, mistakes, and regret are part of the natural process of becoming. You cannot grow into someone new without leaving behind who you were. That leaving behind, it often feels like regret. The Stoic practice with regret isn't suppression or rationalization. It's extraction. You mine your regrets for the wisdom they contain, then you let the rest go. Seneca did this nightly. He'd review his mistakes not to punish himself, but to ask, what does this teach me about myself, about others, about life? The regret became tuition for a better tomorrow. Tonight, try this. Choose one regret that's been haunting you before sleep. Instead of replaying it like a horror movie, ask it 3 questions. What was I trying to protect or pursue with that choice? What didn't I understand then that I understand now? How has this experience actually shaped me into someone with more compassion or wisdom? These questions transform regret from poison into fuel. Here's what most people don't realize about regret. It proves you've evolved. If you look back and don't cringe at some past choices, you haven't grown. The fact that you can see your mistakes means you're no longer operating from that level of consciousness. That's not failure. That's progress. The person you were needed to make those mistakes, to become the person you are. Epictetus had a student who was paralyzed by regret over a major life decision. Epictetus told him something shocking. You wanted certainty where certainty doesn't exist. You made the best guess you could with incomplete information. Now you have better information, so use it. He wasn't dismissing the student's pain. He was refusing to let regret become an identity. Your sleeping mind doesn't need to carry regret like cargo. It needs to process regret like compost, breaking it down into nutrients for new growth. When you lie down tonight carrying yesterday's mistakes like stones in your pockets, you're exhausting yourself before sleep even begins. But when you extract the lesson and release the shame, those stones become stepping stones. There's a powerful Stoic distinction between remorse and regret. Remorse says, I wish I'd chosen differently, and I commit to choosing better. Regret says, I'm terrible, and this proves it. One leads to growth, the other leads to paralysis. Before sleep, practice remorse, not regret. Acknowledge what you'd do differently, commit to doing better, then let it go. The practice is simple but liberating. Think of your biggest recent regret. Say out loud or internally, I see what I could have done differently. I extract this wisdom. Name the lesson. I release the shame. I carry only the growth. Then physically exhale, imagining the shame leaving your body with your breath. Marcus Aurelius faced regrets that affected entire nations. Military decisions, political alliances, family choices. Yet he found peace each night by practicing what he called the art of acquiescence, accepting what's already happened while committing to wiser choices moving forward. Not resignation, but realistic acknowledgement combined with intentional growth. Tonight, your regrets don't need to be courtroom evidence against you. They can be classroom material for your evolution. The Stoics didn't believe in erasing the past. They believed in learning from it so thoroughly that even mistakes become valuable. Your regrets brought you here, to this moment, seeking wisdom. That's not failure. That's transformation in progress. What regret are you turning into wisdom tonight? Share this commitment. Regrets are lessons, not life sentences. Number 7. Practice voluntary discomfort to appreciate what you have. Here's something that sounds completely backwards. The Stoics deliberately made themselves uncomfortable to sleep better and live happier. They'd practice poverty, skip meals voluntarily, sleep on hard surfaces, endure cold, not as punishment, but as training. Seneca would periodically live like the poorest citizen, eating simple food and wearing rough clothes. His reason? Set aside a certain number of days during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare. Then you'll ask yourself, is this the condition I feared? Your mind right now is probably filled with complaints. The mattress isn't comfortable enough. The room is too hot or cold. Tomorrow's schedule is too demanding. Your life isn't what you imagined. These aren't observations. They're judgments that rob you of peace. The Stoics discovered that gratitude isn't something you feel. It's something you practice by deliberately experiencing its opposite. Marcus Aurelius slept in military camps on hard ground during years-long campaigns. He could have demanded luxury. He was the emperor. Instead, he wrote, "Do not indulge in dreams of having what you have not, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess, and then thankfully remember how you would crave for them if they were not yours." He practiced discomfort to remember comfort was a gift, not a right. Here's what happens when everything is always comfortable. You become incapable of handling when it's not. Your resilience atrophies like an unused muscle. Then, when life inevitably serves discomfort, and it will, you're devastated. But when you voluntarily practice small discomforts, you're training your mind to stay calm when involuntary discomfort arrives. Tonight, before you settle into your comfortable bed, try this Stoic exercise. Spend 3 minutes sitting on the floor. not as meditation, just sitting, feeling the hardness, experiencing slight physical discomfort. Then when you get into bed, notice the contrast. Feel the softness you usually take for granted. That's not just comfort, that's gratitude generated through contrast. Epictetus taught his students to imagine losing everything they valued. Not to be morbid, but to recognize that nothing is permanent, nothing is guaranteed, and everything you have right now is temporary fortune. He said, "Don't seek for everything to happen as you wish it would, but rather wish that everything happens as it actually will. Then your life will flow well." The modern world has sold you a dangerous lie, that comfort equals happiness. So you chase softer beds, better temperature control, perfect conditions. But happiness research shows the opposite. People who can handle discomfort are generally happier than those who can't. Because discomfort is inevitable and your relationship with it determines your quality of life. Here's a practice Seneca used that you can adapt for tonight. Before sleep, imagine yourself without one thing you currently have. Not catastrophically, just one thing. Your comfortable home, your reliable car, your good health, your smartphone. Imagine living without it. Really feel what that would be like. Then open your eyes and realize you have it, right now. This isn't imagination, this is your actual life. That shift from imagined lack to recognized abundance creates genuine gratitude. The Stoics weren't masochists seeking suffering. They were trainers building mental strength. Like athletes who practice in harsh conditions so competitions feel easier, they practiced discomfort so regular life felt more manageable. Musonius Rufus, Epictetus's teacher, said, "We should discipline both the body and mind with toil and hardship, preparing ourselves to endure what may come." Your sleeping mind needs to trust that you can handle difficulties. When you practice voluntary discomfort, even in small ways, you're sending a message to your nervous system. We're capable, we're resilient. We don't need perfect conditions to be okay. That message allows deeper rest because your brain isn't in constant protection mode trying to maintain ideal circumstances. This doesn't mean rejecting comfort. It means not depending on it for your peace. There's a massive difference between enjoying a comfortable bed and needing one to function. Between appreciating good health and falling apart when you get sick. Between liking convenience and becoming helpless without it. Tonight's practice, choose one small comfort you usually demand and skip it. Maybe sleep without your extra pillow. Maybe keep the room slightly cooler than you prefer. Maybe skip your usual bedtime snack. Notice the discomfort without dramatizing it. Then notice you're okay, you're capable. And tomorrow, when comfort returns, you'll appreciate it rather than expect it. The Stoics found that people who had experienced real hardship often slept better than those who'd always had comfort. Why? Because they knew they could survive difficulty. Their peace didn't depend on circumstances being perfect. Your practice of voluntary discomfort trains the same capability. Tell me one comfort you're willing to skip tonight, then affirm, small discomforts build great strength. Number 8. Redefine success as internal alignment, not external validation. You're lying in bed replaying your day, and there's a scorecard running in your mind. Did I impress them? Did I get the recognition I deserved? Did I move forward in ways people can see? This invisible scorecard is stealing your sleep because it measures success by standards you'll never fully control. The Stoics had a radically different definition of success that made sleep infinitely easier. Cato the Younger was a Roman senator known for his unwavering integrity. He lost most political battles. He was mocked, opposed, and eventually defeated. By external measures, he failed. Yet Seneca wrote about him with reverence. Cato did not survive freedom, nor freedom Cato. Cato's success wasn't winning votes. It was maintaining his principles under impossible pressure. That's the Stoic redefinition. Success is alignment between your values and your actions, regardless of outcome. Think about how you currently measure a successful day. Probably by what you accomplished, how others responded, what you gained or avoided losing. These metrics place your peace in external hands. Someone doesn't respond to your text? Unsuccessful day. Boss doesn't notice your work? Failed. Didn't hit your goal? Worthless. You're essentially giving your sleep quality to factors outside your control. Marcus Aurelius wrote something that sounds simple, but transforms everything. You could be good today, but instead you choose tomorrow. He's pointing at the gap between knowing what's right and doing what's right. Success, in Stoic terms, is closing that gap. Did you treat someone with patience when you felt frustrated? Success. Did you do your work with care even though nobody was watching? Success. Did you stay honest when lying was easier? Success. Epictetus was brutal about external validation. He taught, if you wish to be good, first believe that you are bad. Not to create shame, but to recognize that seeking external approval means you've outsourced your self-assessment. You're letting people who don't know your struggles, your context, your intentions, define whether you're succeeding. That's not humility, that's abandonment of self-authority. Here's tonight's practice that will change your relationship with success and sleep. Before lying down, ask yourself one question. Did I today act in ways that reflect who I want to become? Not, did I achieve outcomes I wanted? Or, did people approve of me? Just, did your actions align with your values? If yes, you succeeded. If no, you know what to adjust tomorrow. Either way, the assessment is complete, and you can rest. The beauty of this redefinition is that success becomes entirely within your control. You cannot control whether you get promoted, whether your project succeeds, whether people recognize your efforts, but you can control whether you show up with integrity, effort, and care. You can control whether your actions match your values. That's the only scoreboard that matters before sleep. Seneca observed wealthy Romans who achieved everything society defined as success, power, money, fame, yet couldn't sleep peacefully. He wrote, "No person has the power to have everything they want, but it is in their power not to want what they don't have." The sleepless, successful people were chasing external validation that could never satisfy because it could always be lost or increased. The internally aligned person sleeps regardless of external conditions. There's a profound question the Stoics asked that modern culture avoids. If nobody ever knew about your achievements, would you still pursue them? If the answer is no, you're not actually pursuing the thing, you're pursuing the recognition. And recognition is quicksand. The more you chase it, the deeper you sink into dependence on others' opinions. Tonight, imagine a scenario where none of your external achievements matter. No job title, no bank account, no followers, no awards, just you and your character. In that stripped-down version, who are you? How did you treat people today? Did you act with courage when it mattered? Did you show up even when you didn't feel like it? Those questions reveal real success. Marcus Aurelius had ultimate external success, literally ruling an empire. Yet his journal reveals a man constantly checking internal alignment. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. He didn't write about conquests or political victories. He wrote about patience, honesty, effort, and integrity. Those were his measures of a day well lived. The practice is this: create your own success metrics based entirely on factors within your control. Not close the sale, but present with genuine care for solving their problem. Not get promoted, but bring full effort and skill to every task. Not become famous, but create value that helps others. When success depends on your choices rather than others' responses, you take back your peace. Here's what happens when you redefine success this way. You stop going to bed feeling like a failure when external things didn't align. You stop waking up anxious about whether today will finally bring the validation you're chasing. You start sleeping like someone who knows that regardless of outcomes, they showed up as their best self. That's a different quality of rest entirely. The Stoics weren't saying external achievement doesn't matter. They were saying it matters far less than internal integrity, because achievements can be taken away by circumstances outside your control. But your character, your effort, your alignment between values and actions, that's yours. Nobody can take it, and nobody needs to validate it. Stop chasing validation and claim this truth in the comments. My integrity defines my success. Number 9. Treat each day as complete, not as preparation for tomorrow. There's a particular kind of exhaustion that comes from living every day as a rehearsal for a future that never quite arrives. You tell yourself, I'll rest when the project is done. I'll relax when I get that promotion. I'll truly live when I have more money, more time, more certainty. Meanwhile, today slips through your fingers unlived, just a stepping stone to a tomorrow that keeps moving further away. The Stoics saw this trap clearly and offered a way out. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." But he didn't mean ignore the future or avoid planning. He meant something more nuanced. Treat today as a complete experience, not merely as infrastructure for tomorrow. Each day is both preparation and destination, both journey and arrival. When you lie down tonight, today should feel finished, not like an incomplete chapter waiting for tomorrow's validation. Seneca watched people in Rome postpone their lives indefinitely. They worked for retirement. They saved joy for special occasions. They treated every present moment as currency to spend on future happiness. He wrote with frustration, "While we wait for life, life passes." That sentence should hit you hard, because it's probably describing your relationship with today. You're waiting for the right conditions to actually live, meanwhile consuming your finite days in preparation mode. Here's the shift that changes everything about how you sleep. Today was not a waste just because it didn't produce dramatic results. Today had value simply because you experienced it. You breathed, you noticed things, you moved through time with consciousness. Even if nothing productive happened, you participated in existence. That's not nothing, that's everything. Epictetus taught students who were constantly worried about their future careers, relationships, and security. He'd ask them, "What's happening right now that's actually bad?" Usually nothing. The present moment was fine. The suffering came from mental time travel to feared futures. He'd bring them back. This moment, right now, are you okay? Usually, yes. That's the practice, returning to the sufficiency of now. Tonight's practice is both simple and profound. Before sleep, complete today mentally. Not in the sense of accomplishing everything you wanted, but in the sense of acknowledging today happened. It was what it was. Some moments were good, some were difficult, some were ordinary. All of them were real, all of them counted. Today is now complete, not because it was perfect, but because it's over and cannot be relived. This completion practice does something powerful for sleep. It signals to your brain that today's business is finished. You're not carrying it into tomorrow. You're not keeping the books open for revision. Today lived. Today ended. Now rest comes. Then tomorrow will be its own complete experience. Each day is a full circle, not a fragment of some larger, unfinished story. Marcus Aurelius knew he might die any day, through assassination, battle, or illness. So he developed a practice of treating each day as potentially his last, not morbidly, but as a way to ensure he didn't postpone what mattered. He asked himself each evening, if this was my final day, would I have regrets about how I spent it? Not whether he achieved enough, but whether he lived it fully. That question transforms your nights. Did I treat today like it mattered? Did I show up? Did I notice beauty? Did I connect with people? Did I bring my attention to what I was doing? Those questions measure whether you lived today or merely existed through it as preparation for tomorrow. When you've lived the day fully, you sleep differently, satisfied, not because everything went well, but because you were fully present. Here's what most people don't understand. Tomorrow will never feel like the day you've been preparing for. There will always be another project, another goal, another milestone. If you're waiting for arrival before you rest peacefully, you'll wait forever. The Stoic insight is that arrival is available right now, not through achieving everything, but through treating this day as complete and valuable in itself. Seneca practiced what he called life as a complete work. Instead of seeing life as a series of disconnected days leading somewhere, he saw each day as containing the whole meaning of existence. Today you loved or didn't. Today you were courageous or weren't. Today you lived with awareness or sleepwalked. Each day is the whole game, not practice for the real thing later. The practice tonight. Spend 2 minutes reviewing today, not as incomplete business, but as a finished chapter. What happened, happened. What you did, you did. What you experienced, you experienced. It's complete, not perfect, complete. There's a massive difference. Perfectionism keeps books open forever. Completion allows them to close, so rest becomes possible. When you treat today as complete, you're essentially telling your mind, we don't need to solve this tonight. Today is done. Tomorrow will be its own day, with its own completeness. Right now, we rest. That permission to close today's chapter is the permission your nervous system needs to actually restore itself during sleep. If today felt incomplete, give yourself permission to close the chapter. Type, today is complete as it is. Number 10. Build a philosophy of enough, not a philosophy of more. The final principle is the one that ties everything together and might be the hardest to embrace in a culture that worships more. More money, more success, more followers, more achievements, more. The Stoics had a controversial position. They believed in enough, not as settling or giving up, but as the foundation of all peace. If you don't know what enough looks like, you'll never rest, because there's always more to chase. Seneca was one of the wealthiest men in Rome, yet he wrote extensively about the poverty of those who always need more. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor, he observed. He watched people with vast fortunes unable to sleep because they feared losing wealth or obsessed over gaining more. Their bank accounts were full, but their souls were bankrupt because they'd never defined enough. Think about your own relationship with enough. When will you have enough money to stop worrying? Enough success to feel secure? Enough recognition to feel valued? For most people, the answer keeps moving. You think $10,000 saved will bring peace, but when you get it, suddenly you need $50,000. You think one promotion will satisfy you, but you get it and immediately want the next one. The goalpost constantly moves because you haven't actually defined what enough means. Marcus Aurelius, who controlled the wealth of an empire, wrote, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." He wasn't romanticizing poverty. He was pointing at a truth. If your happiness depends on accumulating more external things, you're building on sand. The foundation of peace is internal sufficiency, not external abundance. Epictetus taught something that sounds extreme. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. In modern terms, there are two paths to having enough: acquire more or want less. Our culture pushes only the first path, which is exhausting and endless. The Stoics walked the second path, which requires nothing but a shift in perspective. Tonight, before you sleep, try this revolutionary practice. Define your enough, not your ideal or your dream or what you'd want if you won the lottery. Your enough. What amount of money would be genuinely sufficient? What level of health would be acceptable? What kind of relationships would be adequate? What achievements would be satisfying? Get specific. Write mental numbers and descriptions. Here's what happens when you define enough. You create a finish line. Right now, you're running a race with no end, which is why you can't rest. You're chasing more without knowing when you can stop chasing. But when you define enough and realize you either have it or you're close to it, something releases. The desperation eases. The sleep deepens. The Stoics weren't advocating for no ambition. They were advocating for ambition that serves your life rather than consuming it. Marcus Aurelius had ambitions for Rome's prosperity and security, but he'd defined what was enough for himself personally: basic health, basic relationships, opportunity to think and contribute. He didn't need monuments or legendary status to sleep peacefully. Seneca did an exercise where he'd periodically practice living with his minimum: simple food, rough clothes, basic shelter. He'd ask, "Is this the condition I feared?" Usually he discovered the minimum was fine. Uncomfortable perhaps, but survivable. This practice broke the fear that drove his need for more. When you know you can handle having less, you stop desperately chasing more. Here's a question that reveals everything. If you had exactly what you have right now for the rest of your life, same income, same home, same relationships, same body, same circumstances, could you be genuinely content? If the answer is no, you're in trouble, because more will never satisfy you. You'll get more and still feel insufficient because the problem isn't what you have. It's your relationship with enough. The practice tonight is radical acceptance of current sufficiency. Look at what you have right now: shelter, food, breath, consciousness, some form of safety, some degree of health, some connections to others. By historical standards, by global standards, possibly even by your own past standards, you have enough of the basics. Not everything you want, but enough of what you need. Can you acknowledge that? This doesn't mean you stop working toward goals. It means you stop tying your peace to achieving them. You pursue improvement from a place of sufficiency rather than desperation. You work toward more without needing it for your worth. That subtle shift, from desperate reaching to purposeful building, changes everything about your sleep quality. Marcus Aurelius faced enormous pressures: wars, plagues, betrayals, political chaos. Yet he found peace by constantly returning to enough. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. Your estimate of what you need, that's the lever. Adjust it to reality, and sleep becomes possible. What would change if you decided you already have enough? Comment below. I have enough. I am enough. Here we are. You've just received 10 Stoic principles that emperors, slaves, philosophers, and ordinary people have used for over 2,000 years to find peace before sleep. Not because their lives were easy, but because their minds were trained. Tonight, you have everything you need to sleep differently. Not just tonight, every night for the rest of your life. Let's remember what we've covered, because these aren't just ideas. their practices. You learn to befriend darkness instead of fearing it, to review your day without punishing yourself, to release the imaginary audience judging you, to accept uncertainty as part of being alive, to separate your worth from your productivity, to transform regret into fuel, to practice discomfort to build gratitude, to redefine success as internal alignment, to treat today as complete, and to build a philosophy of enough. These principles work while you sleep because you're planting them in your conscious mind. And your subconscious does the real work during rest. Your sleeping brain will process what you've learned tonight. It'll start reorganizing your thoughts, your reactions, your entire approach to life. Not magically, but naturally, because you've given it better material to work with. The Stoics didn't promise that life would be easy if you followed their philosophy. They promised something better, that you could be okay regardless of what life brought. That peace wasn't something external you had to find. It was something internal you had to build. And building happens one night at a time, one practice at a time, one choice at a time. Seneca wrote near the end of his life, "Begin at once to live, and count each separate day as a separate life." Tonight is the beginning of your separate life. Tomorrow night will be another. Each one is an opportunity to practice what you've learned, to sleep more peacefully, to wake up more capable. Your ancestors survived wars, famines, plagues, and hardships we can barely imagine. You carry their resilience in your very existence. The Stoic wisdom they used is now yours. Use it tonight. Use it every night. And watch how differently you move through your days when your nights are built on wisdom instead of worry. Thank you for being here, for staying until the end, for taking your peace seriously enough to invest this time. Now, hit that like button if this resonated with you. Drop a comment sharing which principle you're practicing tonight. Share this video with someone who needs better sleep and deeper peace. And subscribe to this channel, because we're just getting started building this community of people who refuse to let chaos steal their calm. Sleep well tonight. You've earned it not through productivity, but through your humanity. You're enough. This moment is enough. Rest is yours. I want you to drop this final affirmation in the comments. I sleep with Stoic wisdom, and I wake transformed. Good night. Hey warriors, there's a man who wakes up every morning at 5 a.m. He makes his coffee, checks his phone, and feels that familiar tightness in his chest. He's 47 years old and he can't remember the last time he felt truly alive. Not tired, not stressed, but alive. He's not alone. Somewhere right now, a woman is staring at her reflection, wondering when she became someone she doesn't recognize. A young man is lying in bed, already exhausted by a day that hasn't started. An older person is counting the years they wasted waiting for the perfect moment that never came. This isn't a story. This is reality, and it might be yours. The ancient Stoics lived 2,000 years ago, but they understood something about human nature that we're still struggling with today. They knew that most people don't actually live their lives. They endure them, they survive them, they postpone them. Marcus Aurelius had everything: power, wealth, respect. He could have spent his mornings being carried on golden chairs, eating grapes, enjoying his empire. Instead, he spent them writing reminders to himself, personal notes that were never meant to be read by anyone else. And you know what he wrote? When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. Does that sound like positive thinking to you? Does that sound like someone pretending life is easy? Nah. It sounds like someone being brutally honest about reality, and that honesty is what gave him strength. Because once you stop pretending, once you stop waiting for life to be gentle, you can actually start living it. Here's what nobody tells you about affirmations. Most of them are lies. Sweet lies that make you feel good for 5 minutes before reality comes crashing back. I am successful. Are you? I am confident. Really? Everything happens for a reason. Does it? The Stoics didn't deal in comforting lies. They dealt in uncomfortable truths, and those truths set them free. Epictetus was born into slavery. Imagine that. He didn't choose his circumstances. He didn't manifest his freedom. He was property. Someone else owned his body. But somewhere in that darkness, he realized something revolutionary. They might own his body, but they couldn't own his mind, not unless he gave it to them. He said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." And he didn't just say it, he lived it. He went from slave to one of the most influential teachers in human history, not because his circumstances changed first, but because his mind changed first. That's what these 12 affirmations will do. Not change your circumstances, change how you meet them. These aren't random positive statements I pulled from the internet. These are lessons that people learn too late. Truths that someone lying on their deathbed wishes they could travel back in time and tattoo on their younger self's heart. Wisdom that costs decades to earn, but only minutes to understand if you're willing to listen. Bronnie Ware spent years working in palliative care, sitting with people in their final weeks of life. She documented their biggest regrets. And you know what topped the list? "I wish I'd had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me." Think about that. At the end, with nothing left to lose, people didn't regret their failures. They regretted their conformity. They regretted playing it safe. They regretted waiting. How many mornings do you have left? If you live to 80 and you're 30 now, you have about 18,000 mornings remaining. Sounds like a lot, right? But how many of those will you actually remember? How many will matter? How many will you spend fully present instead of half asleep, going through motions, waiting for life to start? Seneca said, "Life is long if you know how to use it, but most people don't. They waste it on worry, on resentment, on seeking approval from people who don't matter, on building lives that look good but feel empty." These 12 affirmations are different. They're not here to make you comfortable. They're here to wake you up, to shake you out of patterns you've been running for years, to show you where you've been lying to yourself and where you've been living someone else's script. Before we begin, I need you to make a decision. Not about me, not about this video, about yourself. Are you ready to stop going through the motions? Are you willing to be uncomfortable if it means finally being honest? If yes, hit that like button right now. Drop a comment below. Share this video with someone who needs to hear this. Subscribe to this channel because we're not here for quick fixes. We're here for real transformation. And whatever you do, don't skip any part of this video. Your old patterns are comfortable. Your new life is on the other side of discomfort. If you're done wasting your life, declare it below. I refuse to waste another day. Number 1. Today is my real life, not practice. I will live it fully. You've been treating your life like a rehearsal, like the real show starts later, when you lose the weight, when you get the promotion, when you find the right person, when the kids are grown, when you retire, when things finally calm down. But here's what nobody tells you until it's almost too late. This is it. This morning, this regular day, this imperfect moment. This is your actual life happening right now. The Stoic philosopher Seneca watched people waste their entire lives waiting. He saw wealthy people postpone joy until they had more wealth. He saw powerful people delay peace until they had more power. And he realized something that shook him. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. You're wasting it right now if you're waiting for better conditions before you start really living. You're wasting it if you're saving your energy, your love, your dreams for some future version of your life that may never come. Think about how you've been living lately. Have you been going through the motions, checking boxes, surviving until Friday, waiting for vacation, putting off that conversation, that trip, that creative project until you have more time? Here's the hard truth. You won't have more time. You'll just have different excuses. There's a reason this is the first affirmation. Because if you don't grasp this one, the other 11 won't matter. If you keep treating today like it's just another day to get through, you'll get through your entire life without ever really living it. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself every morning, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. He wasn't being morbid, he was being honest. He ruled an empire, but he knew that emperor or not, his time was limited. And that awareness made him present. It made him appreciate. It made him stop postponing what mattered. When you wake up and speak this affirmation, you're making a declaration. You're saying, I will not sleepwalk through another day. I will not wait for permission to be happy. I will not save my best self for later. This means actually tasting your coffee instead of just drinking it while scrolling. It means looking at your child when they talk to you, not just hearing them while you think about work. It means noticing the sky, the air, the fact that you woke up breathing. It means doing that thing you've been postponing because you're waiting to feel ready. People at the end of their lives don't regret the things they did. They regret what they postponed until it was too late. They regret the love they didn't express, the trips they didn't take, the dreams they kept on hold, the person they never became because they were waiting for the right time. You want to know what the right time is? Now, this moment, this imperfect, ordinary, unremarkable moment. This is your life, not the highlight reel, not the version you'll tell people about. The real one, the one happening between the big events, and it deserves your full presence. Stop right here and type this commitment. Today is my real life. Number 2. I will pay attention to the people right in front of me. You're surrounded by people, but you're not really with them. Your body is in the room, but your mind is somewhere else. Checking notifications, replaying arguments, planning tomorrow, anywhere but here, with the person standing right in front of you. And one day, you'll want that moment back, but it'll be gone. Marcus Aurelius wrote, confine yourself to the present. Not because the past and future don't matter, but because they're stealing your ability to actually connect with what's real right now. Think about the last conversation you had with someone you love. Were you fully there? Or were you half listening while thinking about work, scrolling through your phone, or waiting for your turn to talk? We've become experts at being physically present while mentally absent. There's a Japanese concept called ichigo ichi. It means one time, one meeting. The idea is that every encounter with another person is unique and will never happen again in exactly the same way. This conversation, this meal, this ordinary Tuesday afternoon, it's unrepeatable. Once it's gone forever. Your mother won't be here forever. Your father won't be here forever. Your children won't stay children forever. Your friends won't always have time, and neither will you. Every moment you spend distracted is a moment you're choosing your phone over a human being who won't always be available. Seneca observed people wasting their lives and said, people are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful of the one thing in which it is right to be stingy. You protect your money, you protect your belongings, but you throw away your attention like it's unlimited. It's not. When you speak this affirmation every morning, you're making a commitment. You're saying, "Today, when my child talks to me, I will put down my phone. When my partner shares their day, I will listen with my full heart, not just my ears. When I'm with someone, I will actually be with them." This doesn't mean you have to be available to everyone all the time. It means that when you choose to be somewhere, you're actually there, not halfway, not mostly, completely. There's a man who spent his son's entire childhood working late, missing dinners, checking emails during baseball games. He told himself he was providing, building a future, being responsible, and he was. But he was also missing the present. His son is 23 now. They barely speak. And all that man has are memories of moments he was physically present for, but mentally missed. He can't get those years back. The boy who wanted his attention is now a man who's learned not to need it. Don't be that person. The people in front of you are not interruptions to your real life. They are your real life. The email can wait. The scroll can wait. The worry can wait. But the person in front of you, asking for your attention, sharing their world with you, they won't wait forever. Eventually they'll stop asking. They'll stop sharing. They'll learn to live without the attention you were too busy to give. Epictetus taught his students, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." What does that have to do with attention? Everything. Because to truly pay attention, you have to be willing to miss out, to not know what's happening online, to not respond instantly, to look foolish to a world that measures worth by responsiveness and productivity. But here's what you gain: real connection, real relationships, real memories that you'll actually remember because you were present when they were made. If someone you love deserves your full attention, write this: I choose presence over distraction. Number 3. My body has carried me this far. Today I treat it kindly. You've been at war with your body for years, criticizing it, punishing it, ignoring its signals until it screams. You look in the mirror and see everything that's wrong instead of the miracle that's right. But your body hasn't given up on you, even when you gave up on it. Marcus Aurelius dealt with chronic illness his entire adult life. Historians believe he suffered from stomach ulcers, possibly even cancer. Yet he wrote, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." He didn't have a perfect body, but he understood that his body was his vehicle for living, not an obstacle to it. Think about what your body has done for you. It's fought off countless infections you never knew about. It's healed cuts and wounds and broken bones. It's kept your heart beating while you slept, breathed for you while you weren't paying attention, digested food you barely chewed because you were eating while distracted. Your body has carried you through heartbreak, stress, sleepless nights, and every bad decision you've made. It's shown up every single day, asking for nothing but basic care. And how have you treated it? Like an enemy, like something that needs to be fixed, changed, improved before it's acceptable. The Stoics practiced something called amor fati, which means love of fate, love of what is, not what you wish it was. This includes your body, not the body you'll have when you lose 20 pounds, not the body you had 10 years ago. This body, right now, with its scars and stretch marks and imperfections. Seneca watched wealthy Romans obsess over their appearance while destroying their health with excess. He said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." You can't enjoy the present if you're constantly at war with the body you're living in. This affirmation isn't about giving up on health. It's about changing the relationship. You don't improve things you hate. You improve things you care about. When you treat your body like an enemy that needs to be punished into submission, you create a cycle of shame, restriction, rebellion, and guilt. But when you treat your body with kindness, something shifts. You start feeding it well because you care about it, not because you're trying to fix it. You move it because it feels good, not because you're trying to earn the right to exist. You rest it when it's tired, instead of pushing through with coffee and willpower until it breaks. There's a woman who spent 30 years hating her body. Every mirror was a reminder of failure. Every meal was a calculation. Every photo was scrutinized. She missed beach days with her kids because she didn't want to be seen in a swimsuit. She skipped gatherings because she didn't feel thin enough. And then she got sick. Really sick. The kind of sick where you realize your body isn't your enemy, it's your home. She survived. And when she recovered, something had changed. She looked at her body differently, not as something to perfect, but as something that had fought for her, that had carried her through, that deserved kindness, not criticism. Don't wait for a crisis to appreciate what's been carrying you this whole time. When you wake up and speak this affirmation, place your hand on your heart. Feel it beating. That's your body showing up for you again. Be grateful, be kind. Treat it like you would treat something precious, because it is. Your body has carried you this far. Honor it by commenting, "My body deserves my respect." Number 4. I will be present with my loved ones, not distracted. The people you love most are slowly becoming strangers, not because you stopped caring, but because you stopped paying attention. You're in the same house, but living in different worlds. You hear words, but miss the meaning behind them. You see faces, but don't notice what they're not saying. And time doesn't pause while you figure this out. Epictetus lost people he cared about. He watched students leave. He experienced separation. And he said something that cuts deep. Don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen, and you will go on well. The Stoics weren't cold or unfeeling. They were realistic. They knew that people don't stay forever. Relationships don't pause. Connection doesn't wait. Your parents are getting older. Every time you see them might be one step closer to the last time. Your children are growing up. That little kid who wants to show you every drawing, tell you every story, hold your hand everywhere. They won't always want that. One day they'll stop asking, and you'll wish you had said yes more often. Your partner tells you about their day, and you nod while thinking about something else. Your friend calls, and you promise to call back later, but later never comes. Your sibling texts, and you leave it on read, planning to respond when you have more time. But you never have more time. You just have different distractions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." He wasn't saying loss doesn't hurt. He was saying that everything changes. Everyone leaves eventually, and that makes the time we have with them sacred, not something to take for granted while we scroll through strangers' lives online. There's a father who worked every weekend. He missed soccer games, school plays, lazy Sunday mornings. He thought he was building a future for his family, and he was. But he was also missing their present. His daughter is 16 now. She doesn't ask him to come to things anymore. She's learned he won't be there. And he's standing in the doorway of her room, wanting to connect. But there's a wall between them now, built brick by brick, with every moment he chose work over presence. He can't undo that, but you can avoid it. Being present doesn't mean you never work. It doesn't mean you have no boundaries. It means that when you're with someone, you're actually with them. Phone down, mind here, eyes meeting theirs. Listening not to respond, but to understand. The Stoics practiced negative visualization. They imagined losing what they had to appreciate it more deeply. Try it. Imagine tomorrow you can never speak to your mother again, never hear your child's voice, never kiss your partner. Suddenly, That distracted conversation feels different, doesn't it? Suddenly, you want that moment back. Don't wait until it's gone to realize what you had. Seneca said, "We are always complaining that our days are few, yet act as though there would be no end to them." You act like there's unlimited time to connect, to be present, to show up fully. There isn't. Every day that passes with half your attention is a day you can't reclaim. Your loved ones don't need your perfection. They need your presence. They don't need you to have all the answers. They need you to be there while they figure things out. They don't need you to fix everything. They need you to witness their life, to share their joy, to hold their pain. When you speak this affirmation every morning, think about who you'll see today. Make a decision. Today, when they speak, you'll listen. When they're near, you'll be near. Not physically near while mentally miles away. Actually present. Actually there. Because one day, you'll want one more conversation. One more ordinary moment. One more chance to be fully present with someone you love. Make sure when that day comes, you have fewer regrets than most. Make this promise to the people you love. Comment now. I give presence, not proximity. Number 5. Today I let go of one old anger that's hurting only me. You're carrying weight that doesn't belong to you anymore. Anger from 5 years ago. Resentment from a decade past. Bitterness about something that can't be changed. And it's not hurting the person who wronged you. It's only hurting you. They've moved on. They're living their life. Maybe they don't even remember what happened. But you're still there. Still replaying it. Still feeding it. Still letting it poison your present moment. Marcus Aurelius dealt with betrayal at the highest level. People he trusted plotted against him. People he elevated disappointed him. Yet he wrote, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." He didn't say, "Forgive and forget." He said, "Don't become what hurt you." Don't let their actions determine who you are. Think about the grudges you're holding. The person who hurt you 10 years ago. Are they thinking about you right now? Probably not. But you're thinking about them. You're giving them free rent in your head. You're letting something that happened in the past control how you feel in the present. That's not strength. That's prison. The Stoics understood something powerful about anger. It's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Holding on to resentment doesn't punish them. It punishes you. It keeps you stuck in a moment that's already over. It prevents you from being fully present because part of you is still back there, still angry, still hurt. Epictetus taught, any person capable of angering you becomes your master. Think about that. When you can't let go of anger towards someone, you've given them control over your emotional state. They don't even have to be in the room. Just the thought of them can ruin your day. Is that the power you want to give away? There's a woman who hasn't spoken to her sister in 8 years. It started with something small, escalated into something bigger, and now neither of them can remember who was supposed to apologize first. 8 years. Holidays spent separately. Nieces and nephews who barely know each other. A relationship that's dying not because of hate, but because of pride. And every year that passes, it gets harder to bridge that gap. The silence becomes its own wall. The anger becomes familiar, almost comfortable. It's easier to stay angry than to be vulnerable enough to heal. But here's what she's losing. Time she'll never get back. Connection that's dying while she waits to be right. A relationship that could bring joy, but instead brings regret. Don't be her in 8 more years, wishing you had let it go today. Seneca said, "Anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it. The original hurt happened once, but the anger, you're choosing that every single day. You're re-injuring yourself repeatedly by refusing to release what's already gone. This affirmation isn't asking you to reconcile with everyone who hurt you. Some people are toxic, some boundaries are necessary. This is about releasing the emotional charge. Letting go doesn't mean what they did was okay. It means you're no longer willing to carry the weight of it. You can acknowledge someone hurt you and still choose not to give them ongoing power over your peace. You can remember what happened and still decide that your freedom matters more than your resentment. When you speak this affirmation every morning, identify one anger, just one. Maybe it's big, maybe it's small, maybe it's towards someone who's still in your life or someone who's not. And make a conscious choice. Today, I'm releasing this, not for them, for me. Because every bit of anger you release creates space for something better. Peace, joy, presence, connection, things you can't fully experience while you're gripping onto old pain with both fists. Freedom starts when you let go. Prove you're ready by typing, "I release what poisons me." Number 6. I will do one thing today that my future self will be grateful for. You keep promising yourself you'll start tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll eat better. Tomorrow you'll have that difficult conversation. Tomorrow you'll begin that project. Tomorrow you'll make the change. But tomorrow never comes because when it arrives, it's called today, and you postpone again. Your future self is already living with the consequences of what you're choosing right now. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. He understood that waiting for things to feel right is just another form of avoidance. Action creates clarity, not the other way around. Think about the person you'll be in 5 years. Will they thank you for what you did today? Or will they be dealing with problems you created by doing nothing? Every day you avoid the dentist, your teeth get worse. Every day you avoid the conversation, the relationship deteriorates. Every day you avoid starting, the dream gets further away. Seneca said, "While we wait for life, life passes." You're waiting to feel ready, waiting to have more time, waiting to be certain. Meanwhile, years are disappearing. The body you could have taken care of is breaking down. The skills you could have developed are still dormant. The relationships you could have deepened are growing distant. This affirmation isn't about doing everything. It's about doing one thing. One small action today that moves you toward who you want to become, instead of away from it. Maybe it's drinking water instead of soda. Maybe it's walking for 10 minutes. Maybe it's sending that text you've been avoiding. Maybe it's saving $5. Maybe it's writing one paragraph. Maybe it's going to bed 30 minutes earlier. It doesn't have to be big. It has to be intentional. There's a man who wanted to write a book for 20 years. 20 years. He had the ideas. He had the time. What he didn't have was the willingness to write badly at first. So he waited to feel inspired, waited to have a clear outline, waited for the perfect opening sentence, and 20 years passed. Now he's older, more tired, and the regret is heavier than the effort ever would have been. Your future self doesn't need you to be perfect today. They need you to start, to take one step, to prove that you're capable of following through on what you say matters to you. Epictetus taught, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Stop talking about what you're going to do. Stop planning endlessly. Stop waiting for the right moment. Do one thing today that aligns with who you say you want to be." The Stoics understood that character isn't built in grand moments. It's built in small daily choices that nobody sees. The choice to get up when you said you would. The choice to keep your word to yourself. The choice to do the difficult thing instead of the comfortable thing. Every time you do what you said you'd do, you build trust with yourself. Every time you break that promise, you erode it. And right now, if you're honest, how much do you trust yourself? When you say you'll start Monday, do you believe you? When you say this time will be different, Does your future self feel hope or skepticism? You rebuild that trust one decision at a time, not with big declarations, with small, consistent actions, with doing one thing today, then one thing tomorrow, then one thing the day after that, until suddenly you're not the person who talks about change. You're the person who creates it. When you speak this affirmation every morning, ask yourself, what's one thing I can do today that my future self will thank me for? Not 10 things, not a complete transformation. One thing. Then do it. Not when you feel like it, not when it's convenient. Just do it because you said you would. That's how you become someone you respect. That's how you build a life you're proud of. One small choice at a time. One action that says, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm starting now. Your future self is watching what you do right now. Tell them, I start building my future today. Number 7. Today I speak my truth, even if my voice shakes. You've been silent when you should have spoken. You've agreed when you wanted to disagree. You've smiled when you wanted to scream. You've made yourself small to make others comfortable. And every time you do it, you betray yourself a little more. Your silence is costing you your self-respect. Epictetus said, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Speaking your truth will make some people uncomfortable. Some will disagree. Some will judge. And you've let that fear keep you quiet for too long. But here's what's happening while you stay silent. You're teaching people how to treat you. You're showing them that your voice doesn't matter, that your boundaries don't exist, that you'll accept whatever they decide is okay, and then you resent them for treating you exactly how you've taught them to treat you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. He knew that external power means nothing if you can't speak honestly, that all the authority in the world is meaningless if you're afraid to use your voice. Think about the conversations you've been avoiding, the boundary you need to set, the truth you need to speak, the disagreement you need to voice. Every day you wait, it gets harder. The resentment builds, the distance grows. The relationship becomes based on a version of you that isn't real. There's a woman who spent 15 years in a relationship where she never said what she actually wanted. She was afraid of conflict, afraid of being difficult, afraid of being too much. So, she made herself less. She agreed when she wanted to disagree. She went along when she wanted to speak up. And slowly, she disappeared. Not physically, but the real her, the one with opinions and preferences and boundaries. She vanished. When the relationship finally ended, she looked in the mirror and didn't recognize herself. She had spent so many years being what someone else needed that she had forgotten who she actually was. Don't lose yourself to keep the peace. That's not peace. That's erasure. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." You're craving approval, acceptance, comfort. And in that craving, you're giving away something more valuable, your authenticity, your self-respect, your voice. Speaking your truth doesn't mean being cruel. It doesn't mean saying every thought that crosses your mind. It means being honest about what you need, what you feel, what you believe, even when it's uncomfortable, even when your voice shakes, even when you're scared of the response. The Stoics practiced something called logos, which means reason or logic. But it also means word, speech, voice. They believed that using your voice aligned with reason was essential to living with integrity. Silence in the face of injustice, dishonesty in the face of truth, agreement in the face of disagreement. All of these erode your character from the inside. When you speak this affirmation every morning, identify one truth you've been holding back. Maybe it's telling someone how they hurt you. Maybe it's saying no to something you don't want to do. Maybe it's admitting you were wrong. Maybe it's expressing what you actually need instead of pretending you need nothing. Your voice matters, not because it will always be received well, not because everyone will understand, but because living with integrity requires that you honor your own truth, even when it's difficult. You might lose people when you start speaking up. That's okay. The ones who leave were only there for the version of you that stayed quiet. The ones who stay will know the real you, and that's worth more than 100 surface relationships built on silence and pretense. If you're tired of staying silent, make this declaration: my truth matters. Number 8. I stop waiting to feel ready. I start now. You've been waiting to feel ready for years, ready to start the business, ready to have the conversation, ready to make the change, ready to take the risk. And while you wait, life is passing, opportunities are closing, time is running out, and you're still not ready. Here's the truth: you'll never feel ready. Ready is a feeling that comes after you start, not before. Marcus Aurelius didn't wait to feel ready to be emperor. He was thrust into power at 25 after the sudden death of his adoptive father. He could have said, "I'm not ready. I need more time. I need more training." But history doesn't wait for you to feel prepared. Life doesn't pause until you're comfortable. He wrote, "Do every act of your life as though it were the very last act of your life." Not because you should live in fear, but because waiting for the perfect moment is how people waste their entire lives. The perfect moment doesn't exist. There's only this moment, and what you choose to do with it. Think about everything you've postponed because you didn't feel ready. The career change, the creative project, the difficult conversation, the health journey, the dream you've been nurturing in silence. How many years have you given to "not yet"? How many more will you give? Seneca watched wealthy Romans postpone living until retirement, until they had more money, until conditions were perfect. He said, "Begin at once to live, and count each separate day as a separate life." Not tomorrow, not when you're ready. Now, today, this imperfect moment. There's a woman who wanted to start a business for 12 years. 12 years. She had the idea. She had the skills. What she didn't have was the courage to start before she felt ready. So she researched, she planned, she prepared. She waited for the fear to go away. It never did. Meanwhile, other people with less skill and more courage started. Some failed, some succeeded. But they all learned and grew while she stayed stuck in preparation. Now she's 12 years older. The market has changed. Her confidence is even lower because she's watched others do what she was too afraid to attempt. And the regret is suffocating. Don't be her in 12 more years. Epictetus taught his students, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Notice he didn't say, feel ready, then do what you have to do. He said, decide who you want to be, then act like that person, even if you're scared, even if you don't feel ready, even if you might fail. The Stoics understood that action creates clarity. You don't think your way into a new life. You act your way into new thinking. You start messy. You make mistakes. You learn by doing, not by endlessly preparing. Waiting to feel ready is just fear wearing a disguise. It's perfectionism pretending to be wisdom. It's your comfort zone convincing you that staying put is somehow safer than moving forward. But it's not. The only thing that's certain about staying where you are is that you'll still be there tomorrow, next month, next year, looking back with even more regret. Every successful person you admire started before they were ready. Every book was written by someone who didn't feel like a writer yet. Every business was started by someone who didn't feel like an entrepreneur yet. Every meaningful conversation was initiated by someone who was scared of the response. They didn't have something you don't have. They just stopped waiting for permission from their feelings. When you speak this affirmation every morning, identify one thing you've been postponing because you don't feel ready, then do it. Not perfectly, not when you feel confident. Just do it. Take one small action, send the email, make the call, write the first paragraph, have the conversation, start. Because here's what happens when you start before you're ready. You build evidence that you're capable. You prove to yourself that fear doesn't have to stop you. You discover that the thing you've been afraid of is rarely as bad as the anticipation of it. And momentum builds. One action leads to another. One small step creates the next one. You don't need more time. You don't need more information. You don't need more confidence. You need to move now, today, while you're still scared, while you still don't feel ready. That's when courage matters. That's when character is built. No more excuses, no more waiting. Commit right now. I start now, not someday. Number 9. Today, I show up as myself, not who others expect me to be. You've been performing for so long that you've forgotten who you are when no one's watching. You've shaped yourself to fit expectations, molded yourself to gain approval, hidden parts of yourself to avoid rejection. And somewhere in all that shape-shifting, you lost the original. The real you is buried under layers of who you thought you needed to be. Epictetus said something revolutionary for his time, and it's still revolutionary now. Don't be concerned with other people's impressions of you. They are dazzled and deluded by appearances. Stick with your purpose. He understood that living for other people's approval is a prison with no walls. You can't see the bars, but you can't escape either. Think about how much energy you waste trying to be what others want. At work, you're the professional who never shows emotion. At home, you're the strong one who doesn't need help. With friends, you're the funny one who's never struggling. With family, you're whoever they decided you were when you were 15. And in all of it, where's the actual you? Marcus Aurelius had the weight of an empire watching his every move. Everyone had an opinion about how an emperor should act, speak, decide. Yet he wrote in his private journal, "I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinion of others." Read that again. You love yourself, supposedly, but you trust strangers' opinions about you more than your own. You'll change who you are based on what someone else thinks, even when their opinion is based on a fraction of who you actually are. There's a man who built his entire life around his father's expectations. His father wanted him to be a lawyer, so he became one. His father valued financial success, so he chased it. His father believed emotions were weakness, so he buried his. And now he's 52, successful by every external measure, and completely empty inside. Because none of it was his. The career isn't his passion. The achievements don't fulfill him. The person he became isn't who he actually is. And his father passed away 5 years ago, but he's still living for approval that will never come. How much of your life is yours? How much is borrowed? How much is performance? Seneca observed, "Slavery resides under marble and gold." You can have wealth, status, success, and still be enslaved. Enslaved to others' expectations. Enslaved to the image you're maintaining. Enslaved to the person you pretend to be. The Stoics taught that freedom comes from within, not from circumstances changing, but from you deciding to live according to your own nature, your own values, your own truth. Even if that disappoints people, even if that confuses them, even if they liked the old version better. When you speak this affirmation every morning, ask yourself, who am I when no one's looking? What do I actually want? What would I do if I wasn't afraid of judgment? What parts of myself have I been hiding to keep others comfortable? Then make a choice. Today, show up as that person. Not perfectly, not all at once, but in one small way. Be authentic instead of acceptable. Maybe that means dressing how you want instead of how you think you should. Maybe it means expressing an unpopular opinion. Maybe it means admitting you don't have it all together. Maybe it means pursuing something that others won't understand. Maybe it means setting a boundary that will disappoint someone. You will lose people when you stop performing. That's guaranteed. Some people are only in your life because of who you pretend to be. When you drop the mask, they won't recognize you. They'll be uncomfortable. They'll try to put you back in the box they built for you. Let them leave. Because the people who stay, who love you for who you actually are, those are your people. Those relationships are real. Everything else is just transaction dressed up as connection. If you're done pretending to be someone else, claim this: I am enough as I am. Number 10. I ask the important questions before it's too late. You've been avoiding the conversations that matter. The questions you need to ask. The things you need to say. You tell yourself there's time, that you'll do it later, that the moment isn't right. And while you wait for perfect timing, people are slipping away. Stories are being lost. Truths are staying buried. One day you'll want to ask, and there will be no one left to answer. Marcus Aurelius lost his father young. He was adopted by the emperor and never got to ask his biological father the questions that haunted him later. He wrote, "Soon you will have forgotten everything. Soon everybody will have forgotten you." He wasn't being dark. He was being honest. Time erases everything, and the opportunity to connect, to understand, to know, it doesn't last forever. Think about the questions you've never asked your parents, about their childhood, their struggles, their regrets, the choices they made that shaped your life, what they were like before they became your parents, what dreams they gave up, what they wish they'd done differently. You assume you'll ask someday, but someday isn't promised. There's a woman whose father died suddenly at 63. Heart attack, no warning. One day he was there, the next he was gone. And she realized she knew facts about him, but didn't really know him. She didn't know what scared him as a child, what he dreamed about as a young man, why he chose the life he chose, if he was happy, if he had regrets. She'll spend the rest of her life wondering, because she waited for the right time to ask, and the right time never came. Seneca warned, "While we wait for life, life passes." You're waiting to have deep conversations when you're not busy, but you're always busy. You're waiting for a moment that feels significant enough. But life happens in ordinary moments. You're waiting for them to bring it up, but they're waiting for you. The Stoics practiced memento mori, remembering death. Not to be morbid, but to live with urgency, to recognize that everyone you love is temporary. Every conversation could be the last one. Every visit might be the final visit. That awareness should make you present, make you curious, make you ask while you still can. Epictetus taught, "Don't just say you have read books. Show that through them you have learned to think better." Reading about life isn't the same as asking about it. Assumptions aren't the same as understanding. You think you know the people closest to you, but how much do you really know? How much have you actually asked? There's a son who never asked his mother about the man she loved before his father. He found letters after she died. Love letters from someone else. A whole part of her life he never knew about. A version of her that existed before he did. And now all he has are questions and no way to get answers. Because he assumed her story started with being his mother, and he never asked about everything that came before. When you speak this affirmation every morning, Think about the people in your life. What don't you know about them? What have you always wondered but never asked? What conversations have you been postponing? Ask your parents about their first heartbreak. Ask your grandparents what the world was like when they were young. Ask your partner about the dreams they had before they met you. Ask your children what they're really afraid of. Ask your siblings how they remember the same childhood you lived through. Ask the questions that matter while there's still someone to answer them. This isn't just about gathering information. It's about connection. It's about seeing the people you love as full human beings with entire lives and stories beyond their relationship to you. It's about honoring their existence by being curious about it. And ask yourself the hard questions too. What do I actually want? What am I avoiding? What would I do if I wasn't afraid? What matters most to me? What do I believe when no one's watching? Who am I becoming? Who do I want to be? Most people never ask themselves these questions. They drift through life on autopilot, following paths they didn't choose, living by values they didn't examine, becoming someone by accident instead of by intention. The examined life, the Stoics believed, is the only life worth living. That examination starts with questions, hard ones, uncomfortable ones, the kind that makes you squirm because you're not sure you'll like the answers. But ask anyway, because the discomfort of asking is nothing compared to the regret of never knowing. The awkwardness of a deep conversation is nothing compared to the silence of missed opportunity. The vulnerability of curiosity is nothing compared to the emptiness of surface relationships that never go deeper. Before it's too late, before the chance is gone, promise yourself, I ask, before it's too late. Number 11. Today I give my time to what really matters, not just what's urgent. Your days are disappearing into urgency. Emails that don't matter, meetings that accomplish nothing, scrolling that numbs you, tasks that feel productive but lead nowhere. And while you're busy being busy, the things that actually matter are being neglected. Your relationships, your health, your growth, your purpose. They're all waiting for time you never seem to have. Seneca observed people wasting their lives and wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Life is long enough, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements if it were all well invested." Read that again. You have enough time. You're just giving it to the wrong things. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Time is a sort of river of passing events, and strong is its current. No sooner is a thing brought to sight than it is swept by and another takes its place." Everything feels urgent. The notification, the request, the problem, the distraction, and you respond to all of it like it matters equally. But it doesn't. Most of what screams for your attention today won't matter next week. But the things you're ignoring, your health, your relationships, your personal growth, those will matter for the rest of your life. There's a man who spent 20 years climbing the corporate ladder. Every email felt urgent. Every meeting felt necessary. Every weekend worked felt like an investment. And it was. He invested time, energy, health, relationships. And in return, he got titles, money, and a heart attack at 49. Lying in that hospital bed, he realized something. None of those urgent emails mattered. None of those meetings changed his life. None of those weekends were worth missing his daughter's childhood. He had spent 2 decades giving his time to what was urgent and neglecting what was important. And he can't get those years back. Epictetus taught, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Every time your phone buzzes, you have a choice. Every time someone asks for your time, you have a choice. Every time you feel that pull toward urgency, you have a choice. You can react automatically, letting urgency dictate your life. Or you can respond intentionally, protecting what matters. The Stoics distinguished between what's in your control and what isn't. You can't control how many things demand your attention, but you can control where you give it. You can't control how many hours are in a day, but you can control how you spend them. When you speak this affirmation every morning, look at your day. What's actually on your schedule? How much of it truly matters? How much is just noise dressed up as necessity? Then make different choices. Block time for what matters before urgent things fill the gaps. Put your phone away when you're with people you love. Say no to meetings that don't serve your goals. Protect your morning before the world makes demands. Guard your evening before exhaustion makes decisions for you. This doesn't mean ignoring your responsibilities. It means being honest about what's actually a responsibility and what's just a habit, an expectation, or someone else's emergency becoming your priority. Your time is your life. When you give your time to something, you're giving a piece of your life that you'll never get back. Urgent things will always scream for attention. Important things usually wait quietly. And if you're not intentional, you'll spend your entire life responding to what's loud instead of what matters. Seneca said, "People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful." You wouldn't give a stranger your wallet, but you'll give anyone your time. You protect your money carefully, but you throw away your hours like they're unlimited. They're not. You're running out. Every day that passes with your time given to urgency instead of importance is a day you'll look back on with regret. Every week spent busy but not purposeful is a week closer to wishing you had made different choices. If you're ready to stop wasting your most valuable resource, write, "My time equals my life." Number 12. I live today like I know how quickly time passes. You think you have time. You think there are endless tomorrows waiting. You think the people you love will always be there. You think your health will last. You think opportunities will keep coming. You think you can always start over, try again, make it right later. But time doesn't wait, and one day you'll realize it's too late. Marcus Aurelius wrote something that should shake you awake. Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly. He didn't write this once. He reminded himself constantly, because even emperors forget. Even the powerful need to remember that time is the one thing they can't control, can't buy back, can't negotiate with. You've watched time fly. You remember being 20 like it was yesterday. Now you're 30, 40, 50, and you're wondering where it went. You remember when your children were small. Now they're grown and gone. You remember when your parents were young. Now they're old. You remember having dreams you were going to chase. Now you're not sure what happened to them. That's what time does. It passes while you're planning, postponing, waiting, distracted. Seneca said, "You live as if you were destined to live forever." You never think of your own frailty. You don't notice how much time has already gone by, but squander it as though you had a full and overflowing supply. Think about how you've been living, like there's always more time, always another chance, always tomorrow. But tomorrow isn't guaranteed. The person you keep meaning to call might not answer next time. The trip you keep postponing might become impossible. The apology you're waiting to give might come too late. The life you're planning to start might never begin. There's an older woman who lives alone now. Her husband died 3 years ago. And she has regrets. Not about the big things, about the small ones. The mornings she was too busy to sit with him over coffee. The evenings she spent on her phone instead of talking. The trips they postponed until retirement. The "I love yous" she didn't say because she assumed there would be time later. She had time. 43 years of marriage. And somehow it still wasn't enough, because she didn't live those years like she knew they would end. She lived them like they were infinite. And now she'd give anything for one more morning, one more conversation, one more chance to be present. Don't wait until loss teaches you what you should already know. Epictetus taught, don't seek for everything to happen as you wish it would, but rather wish that everything happens as it actually will. Then your life will flow well. This isn't about accepting mediocrity. It's about accepting reality. Time passes, people leave, opportunities close, bodies age. That's not pessimism, that's truth. And when you live according to that truth, everything changes. You stop postponing. You stop taking people for granted. You stop waiting for perfect conditions. You stop living like you have forever. You start showing up, saying what needs to be said, doing what matters, being present, loving hard, living now. The Stoics practiced negative visualization. They imagined losing what they had to appreciate it more deeply. Try it right now. Imagine this is your last year of health, your last year with your parents, your last year in this home, this job, this relationship. How would you live it differently? What would you prioritize? What would you let go? Who would you spend time with? What would you finally say? Now recognize this. You don't know it's not your last year. You have no guarantee of tomorrow. So why are you living like you do? When you speak this affirmation every morning, let it change your entire day. Don't rush through breakfast. Taste it. Don't scroll past your life. Notice it. Don't postpone the conversation. Have it. Don't save your energy for later. Use it now. Don't wait to be happy. Choose it today. This doesn't mean being reckless or ignoring the future. It means balancing awareness of time's speed with presence in the current moment. It means planning for tomorrow while fully inhabiting today. It means building a future without sacrificing the present to get there. Time is passing right now. While you listen this, while you think about it, while you plan to change, it's passing, and you'll never get this moment back. This exact combination of circumstances, people, opportunities, health, it exists only now. Tomorrow it'll be different. Next year, completely changed. 10 years from now, unrecognizable. The question is, when you look back at today, will you wish you had lived it differently? Or will you be grateful you were awake to it? This could be your last chance to change. Show you understand. I live like time is precious. You've heard all 12 affirmations now, and if you're like most people, part of you is already forgetting them, already sliding back into old patterns, already telling yourself you'll start tomorrow. Don't do that. These aren't just words. They're not motivational phrases to feel good about for 5 minutes. They're truths that people spend lifetimes learning. Truths that someone at the end of their life would travel back in time to tell their younger self. And you just heard them. The question is, what will you do with them? Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations as personal reminders, not for publication, not for others, for himself, because he knew that even with all his wisdom, he would forget. He would get distracted. He would fall back into old ways. So, he wrote himself reminders, daily, constantly. That's what these affirmations are for you. You don't read them once and transform. You speak them every morning. You let them sink in. You use them to interrupt the automatic patterns your mind runs. You make them part of how you start each day, each new beginning, each fresh chance. Epictetus said, don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. These 12 affirmations are useless if they stay in your head. They only matter when they change your actions, when they make you put down your phone and look at your child, when they make you finally have that conversation, when they make you start before you feel ready, when they make you choose what matters over what's urgent. Seneca reminded his students, as long as you live, Keep learning how to live. You're never done. You never arrive. Every morning is another chance to practice, to choose differently, to live more intentionally, to become who you're capable of being. So, here's what I need you to do. Every morning, before you check your phone, before the world rushes in, speak these affirmations. Not all 12 if that feels overwhelming. Start with one, the one that hit you hardest, the one you most need to hear. Speak it out loud, let it settle, then live that day according to that truth. Then the next day, add another, and another, until these aren't just affirmations, they're how you think, how you choose, how you live. The Stoics believed that philosophy wasn't about theory, it was about practice, daily practice, moment-by-moment choices, small decisions that accumulate into a life of meaning, purpose, integrity. You have that opportunity right now. Not tomorrow, not when conditions are better. Now, today, this moment. You can keep living on autopilot, reacting, postponing, waiting. Or you can wake up, choose differently. Start now. If this video impacted you, don't just close it and move on. Hit that like button. Drop a comment below sharing which affirmation resonated most with you. Share this video with someone who needs to hear these truths. Subscribe to this channel because we're building a community of people who refuse to sleepwalk through life. We're here for the ones who want to live with intention, purpose, presence. Your life is happening right now, not in some distant future, not when things calm down. Now, these 12 affirmations are your tools, your reminders, your way back to what matters when everything else tries to pull you away. Don't waste them, don't forget them, don't postpone applying them. Start today. Wake up, breathe, and speak your truth to yourself before the world speaks its lies to you. You made it through all 12. Now, seal your commitment. I choose to live awake.